Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for the channel to appear in YouTube. So anyway, Reddit. So this is what I would do, guy. There. Okay, there. It should be. Yeah, you guys in YouTube should be good again. Sorry about that. Don't know why that had happened. Thank you, Pepe. Appreciate it. All right. Let me get talking about what else is happening. So again, what I've done with Reddit, RDDT, I've put the symbol in here. Of course, it's not trading yet. And all you have to do is just put right click and create a price alert. Put a dollar or something because when it starts trading, of course, it'll start trading over a dollar. It should pop up on your price alert window, and you'll know it's starting to trade. Okay. Now the one yesterday, I did very well on it. The A Lab. This was one that I wanted over $60. I actually kept a piece. I got rid of most, but I kept a piece, and it ran up to 60, almost $68 post market. I'm out of it completely now, but this was a very, very successful IPO from yesterday. I think it was IPO priced at around 38. So you can see, and this is a semi, okay, a chip maker or something, an AI chip maker, semi. So what else is happening? There are other things happening. So this Y10 has gone crazy. Still under a dollar, I believe. YTEN under a dollar. Yeah, so they had some news. Their varieties may be planted and bred in the United States. Okay, so that is the news for Y10, YTEN. This is another one that was under a dollar, ASST. Got close though. Look at this one. So it did get close to a dollar. It actually got a little bit above a dollar, dollar three. There's the 200-day moving average. On the daily chart, that blue line is the 200-day moving average. So it is over that, and it's let's see if it can get back over a dollar again, trading higher after the company announced that it entered into an agreement with Zendrop. Okay. Now, this AMTX, what was interesting to me was it was right at that 200-day moving average. Now you can't see it. So there's a little line up there. Actually, that's not correct. Now the 200-day moving average is at $5, 502, and at one point you can see it was up to five. That broke above it. 502 is the 200-day moving average. Broke above it, 529, but now it is really giving it up, and it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. A little too late, unfortunately. But it was just hanging underneath that 200-day. I was wondering if it would pop through, and it did briefly, but it came right back down. And they had some news, some kind of a rise on approval of $200 million EB-5 program. Don't ask me what it is. You can read what it's all about in the press release. LU. Is it still? Yeah, there it is. 41%. LU, 41%. China stock has earnings today. Yeah, it's an earnings play today. LU. Hmm. Hearing YTEN, that must mean it's over. No, I'm thinking the other one. I'm thinking of the ASST. So YTEN is still under a dollar. GRML hammer down, 33% down. I think this is it is not an earnings play. I don't know why it's down like this. Maybe it's the financing. I'm trying to look at some news. I don't see any news. I don't see any news today other than target raised to $72 by who? Yeah, interesting. I don't see any news on this one at all. You know what? My news feed is just messing up again at Interactive Brokers. Just give me a moment. Yeah, I'm sure there must be news. Just give me a moment. So this looks like an earnings play yesterday. Market, yeah, the pre-market, I'm sorry, on the 19th or the 21st. No, I don't understand what's happening with this one right now. Chewy, guys, I'm hearing Chewy. CHWY is an earnings play. CHWY is an earnings play. Moving down. Well, this Tourmaline is interesting because I don't see any specific reason for it being down. I'm just scouring the headlines. But what's interesting to me is I'm seeing some big price targets. I see $48 by Wainwright. I see $72 by Jeffrey from 41, 72 up from 41. See if there's anybody else. Truist, 74. So I'm not sure what's happening with this one, guys. Anybody knows why it's moved down like this? 32%. I'm trying to see if there's a financing. Delayed reaction to its earnings play a couple of days ago. Study failure? I don't see that, but it's got to be something like that. And yet all these analysts, I mean, they're all these analysts are piling in today on it. Anyway, that's TRML. Maybe no, William is not in today. You might be in later, but that's right. He said he won't be in the morning. Otherwise, I would ask him. He's sort of our little go-to bio expert to check to see what else they've got going on. ASO guys, ASO is an earnings play. ASO, and I believe it is gap down. Yes, ASO is an earnings play. And a big gap down, 11% on earnings, ASO. Now, maybe some support around 62 level. So it's at 62.90 now. Just looking at the chart, weekly chart, might be some support around there. SPIR, let's take a look at SPIR, Hotel Trader. 330, yeah, not raising that much, $30 million at $14 a share. So it's a little bit above the financing price. Financing price at 14. So it's at 15.50 right now, 15.45 right now. So I mentioned Chewy, guys. Chewy, where are you? Well, before we look at Chewy, take a look at Designer Brands, DBI, another earnings play, guys. Gapping down, big gap down, almost 20% on earnings. Well, there you are, Chewy, right at the bottom here. So Chewy, gapping down on earnings, CHWY. The weekly chart looks like it has some support around 16. Could have some support around 16. Give me one moment, please. Continuing down, guys. CHWY continuing down. 16, a big level for it to try to hold. I mean, this is almost a lifetime low. I mean, this might be the lifetime low for Chewy. It might be around that 1575 mark, CHWY. The reason I say might be hard for me to know for sure, but if you look at the lifetime range, you see it's in red and at 0.8%. That means if you could have a lifetime candle your CHWY Chili, it would be right almost at the very, very low. That's what that 0.8% in red means. my lifetime, on my position in lifetime range. So this could be it right there. That could be the lifetime low in that area. Yeah, Paul, I know that would help. I know it would help. Billy guys, BILI, BILI. I saw that was moving down. China play, but China is not weak today. KWeb, I took a look at KWeb. So this is sort of trading on its own. Billy is kind of trading on its own on the way down. Big level, guys. I mean, look at this. The low is 1134 right there, about 5 days ago. Takes that out. The next low underneath is 1063 for Billy, BILI. So Billy weakening for some reason. Because when I looked at KWeb, I thought maybe the overall China market was weak, and it is not. It's basically flat. Speaking of crypto, not that I'm talking about crypto, but I am now. So crypto's having a little bit of a bounce, guys. Looks like it's up $1,700 to about 67.5 thousand. So after it's what did it get down to? It got down to about 63,000, 62,000. Yeah, so it's had a bit of a run now. And that run started yesterday. And let's see, APYX is gapping down. Let's take a look at APYX. There you are. And this is an earnings play, okay? So they released earnings before the market opened and reporting mixed Q4 results. It is not. Billy is not shortable at Interactive Brokers. You are right. Yes, you are right. Bad. The other one I didn't mention was Cable, guys. KAVL, KAVL. Okay, this is right up here, 64%. See if there's any news on this one. KAVL. Don't see any news. Yeah, I don't see any news today on it. It's a big pop though, 63%. Now, again, why? Well, our provider has 789,000 in the float. So I saw you posted that, Casa, regarding the Tourmaline. But it's interesting that Jeffries, no, sorry, Truist also, let's see if it was today or sorry, well, Tourmaline. Now I can't see the headlines, all the original headlines with all the upgrades. I can't remember if they actually upgraded it today also, Truist. PTP stocks. Are you talking about what's that? A partnership? I'm not familiar with that. I mean, I'm looking up. Is any partnership in an interest which is regularly traded on an I don't know how. Give me an example of one. Look at white TEN. My goodness. Okay, yeah. So you're in the States, maybe, Bachman. I'm in Canada, so I don't know how you would avoid. Yeah, I have no idea how you would avoid. I don't know how we would search on PTB stocks. Peter, I always use risk reward before buying because the first thing I do is I look to see where is my stop, so I know where my stop is, and then from there I look to see, okay, if I took this trade and my stop is let's make some numbers up, 10 cents away, I have to be able to look left and see that I could make, in theory, at least 20 cents. Okay, and now it doesn't mean I'm going to, but when I look left, if I didn't see any resistance, say I saw it 40 or 50 cents away and I'm risking 10 cents, then I can say to myself, okay, yeah, this could be a viable trade. So it's all about where's my stop? Where am I getting out of the trade if it doesn't work? Once I know, and of course I know that before I take the trade, I don't just take a trade and then figure it out later. Your single stock window, maybe load it again, JK. Okay. Now, the only thing I can think of is, make sure, of course, that it includes the pre and post market. Okay, the pre and post market. I mean, I'm sure it must. Well, I shouldn't assume anything, but make sure it does have that. Include the pre and post market. Check. Yeah, every trade, Peter, every single trade. First thing I do, if I take the trade, where am I getting out? Where am I getting out of this trade if it doesn't work? And that's where the practice comes in, of course. Where am I going to put my stop? Yeah, so JK, just make sure that's correct, okay? That you have checked include the pre and post market. And anything is possible. Maybe you accidentally unchecked it. Maybe it did it on its own. But if that is checked, you should be getting the pre-market data. DBI continues down, guys. That's okay, good. Now make sure, JK, when you exit trade ideas, make sure you save your work at the very, very, very least. If you file, I can't do it right now because it might destroy my link. But when you click on file, exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? In other words, the layout you've got. And if you say yes, and every little change you've made will be saved. Okay. I'll be honest, guys. I mean, all I'm waiting for is Reddit to start trading. I have I mean, nothing is, we don't know for sure, but I mean, if there's going to be any meme stock, I mean, this is the home of the memers. So it'll be really interesting. And, I think Casa or Draw mentioned they're not making any money. None of the meme stocks make money, so I don't think it matters. And yes, doesn't appear to be a lockup period, which is really strange, but we'll have to see. I mean, obviously, if it opens over $34 or $38, $34. That's the IPO price. It's priced at 34, I believe. 22 million shares. Well, in Canada, it's just not nothing I even think about in Canada, Bachman. I'm in Canada, remember, so we have different tax rules. We don't have PDT. And maybe I've just never traded a stock like that. Give me an example of one. Give me an example of a stock. Okay. Really? I'll okay. I Well, give me an example of one stock that I mean, I just don't know. I don't know. I can almost guarantee you we cannot scan for that. Talking about some PTP stocks. And I just hand everything to my accountant. So I don't really do it. Let him look after it. So okay, SMLP. Oh, I see. Partners. Oh, I see. Okay, these partners. Yeah, I don't think I've ever really traded this one before. Probably, I guess the reason being is that I've never really come across stocks like this because they just most of the time anyway, I guess they're just not that trading that abnormally. I have seen this one. I have seen this one, but I think I've seen it in another way. Anyway, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Wow, 9:24. Well, first of all, I better get my the layout that I'm going to be using. All right. Well, that's good to know, man. I guess I've just never come across them. They just haven't traded them normally enough, and that's all I look at every day. It's funny. Okay, now that you're mentioning that, the only one that I've come across and I tried to trade was who's that? Man, I can't remember the guy's name anymore. And I got some strange pop-up message. One of those big who is it? It's not help me out, guys. I think his fund was just destroyed. And I got this pop-up message saying if you trade this one, this is in Canada, if you trade this one, you might be subjected to tax withholding. It's the only one that's come across like that for me. So maybe that's what you're talking about. In which case, I just didn't trade it. But one of the big gurus and his it was just destroyed. No, 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 not Madoff. Bernie Madoff. No, no, no. Current, current. Stock went from like 60 down to like, I don't know, 15. Not quite overnight, but almost. And it was shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but in Canada, I was getting this message that said if you take this, you might be subject to some kind of tax. It's the only one though. The only one in 8 years that I've been trading with IB that message came up. Probably was it Icon? What's I think it is Icon Shady. What's Icon stock? It's I something or other. IEP. Thank you. Shady knows. Yes, that's exactly the one. IEP. Thank you. Yeah, I remember this when it was up to and it just tanked. Really has not recovered. Again, I'm just talking to somebody in our YouTube room who's a fellow Canadian, asked me, could we scan so we wouldn't see something like this? Yeah, there it is, a limited partner. Um, so the answer is no, but I mean, you get the pop-ups, so just don't trade it. It's really simple. Just don't trade it then if you, what time is it now? 9:27. Very quickly, okay, very, very quickly. I will take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. We're in for another hugely positive open, guys. What a market. Great call on the para late Shady also, those of you who took it. So here are the major sectors as they race before the market opens. Take a look. Virtually every one of them should be very positive. Yeah, so what you're seeing here, these are the major ETFs for, well, this is XLE, the major ETF for energy. Interesting, 68%. Usually, well, it used to be usually all or nothing. In other words, 100% up in green or 100% down in red. So we've got a bit of a mix, about 2/3 up. 68%, what does that really mean? That means that 68% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So again, when you look at most of the sectors, they're all above 50%. But what I want to take a look at is XLU. Yeah, utility still above the 200-day moving average. Again, that was the lone holdout for quite a while. So it is, so all the major sectors above the 200-day moving average. Look at the market yesterday up 400, 200 on the NAS. Wow. All right, guys, we've got less than a minute for the open. I'm going to try something here. Good luck. And guys, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. And we're now open. Kirk, I think, was an earnings play or is an earnings play. Kirkland, KIRK. I think this is an earnings play. Didn't mention it. Big gap up. I think I didn't mention it because to me anyway, looks like they have too much resistance from current price all the way up to 330. All right, AMTX. Or AMTX, there's the 200-day moving average for AMTX. It did pop above it. You can see in the pre-market, it exploded above it, but fell down below. So next challenge is to try to get above it again. Now, if it can get up to this morning, it got up to 528, and the next high is 521, 556 on the daily chart. So I did have some news. Mm. Oh man, I wish I held some of the ALAB. Look, what a great IPO. This could be, I mean, Reddit is absolutely not in the same class as ALAB guys, but I hope Reddit opens when I'm not on lunch because used to be we could count on these IPOs coming out at around 10:30 Eastern, just around then. But it just seems to be all over the place now. OCGN guys, OCGN having a little pop here. Didn't see it in the pre-market. So the market opened, the NAS is up, of course, Dow's up, SPY's up, everybody's up. Now, SRAT from yesterday, guys, I have this one thumbnailed. I think SRAT was an earnings play. This disappointed me, as I recall. Yeah, I had that pop. It was an AI play, and it just didn't want to keep moving. But Sports Radar, not very much volume, though. KAVL, take a look at KAVL, the VWAP. Okay, so, well, I mean, it's got some room. I mean, if you look left on the daily chart, it looks like there's a lot of resistance around 3. So we're at 246 right now. So it's got some room. And 232 is the VWAP. Okay, now there's the TRML showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown now, guys. So Pepe, I've got the sub $5 ones, 10 cents. We'll see what happens today. See if we get any alerts. Well, Chewy's had a nice bounce actually, guys. So is this short-lived? Is this a short-lived bounce? All right, guys. So this TRML again, it's too early for me to take these trades, but TRML 28.86 was the suggested short. 28.11 right now. This is on the 10-day daily breakdown. X4 guys, X4. Wow, I didn't see this one. So this popped up to 125 in the pre-market. This was sub $1, closed under $1 yesterday. So it's over $1 again. X4, XFOR. This is actually an earnings play. Yeah, it's actually an earnings play. Take a look at Para from Shady. So he's in at 12.45 with a stop at 12.29, which is the low of the opening 15-minute candle. All right. Wow, look at this one. SLNH Saluna, 163 times relative volume. 432. I didn't see this one. It popped up 432. Probably when I saw it was down here. And this is probably a low float. Yes, 2.3 million in the float. But this is exactly why I don't like trading in the right off the bat. You get these wild swings. I do like to see things settle down a little bit. I run the risk, of course, of something running immediately on me and having no pullback. But for my style of trading, I just found too many times that things I can get whipped out of trades early. I'm not trying to talk anybody out of trading early. If you're able to do it, making money, go for it. Now this one, well, where we had a ridiculously low float, it's just no way it's anyway. CZOO, CZOO. Now to me, interesting. This is shortable for me. I mean, to me, it looks like a ton of resistance right around the 460 mark. I mean, it's at 430 now, so there is a little bit of room that can run. But look at the daily chart. Look at all the action right around 460. That's all I'm looking at. And we have our alts. Dr. CT. Wow, Dr. CT, DRCT halted on the way down. Wow, look at this big opening 15-minute candle on the way down. And the CZU, actually, the CZU was halted. Okay. All right, guys. So Cavill, again, to me, looks like there's a lot of resistance around 3. Remember this one is this the one from yesterday that went crazy? Yes. XTLB, guys, keep an eye on XTLB. The high of yesterday, 277. It's approaching that. Got up to 311 or so in the pre-market after hours, sorry, yesterday. It was a wild one yesterday. Or is he muted? Okay, guys, let me do a sound check. So you guys can hear me still. Please tell me you can hear me. Okay. All right. So Eric, are you using the downloadable application or are you using the web-based version of the product? Hmm. Okay. So all you have to do is okay, good. So right click on an alert window, right click, go to properties. Okay, a little pop-up will happen. Actions, click on actions, check the play sound, and then set up the sound. You can have one window if you want, text to speech. You don't have to, but if you do, I say one because the whole idea of sound alerts, you put a different sound alert on your different alert windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. So you can use one text to speech. You don't have to. Otherwise, you can use this custom sound. Click on that, select the sound, and then these are 3 folders. Okay, Eric, please. Okay. Right click on an alert window, right click on it, down to properties. This box will pop up. Check actions or click on actions. Check the play sound. This is all in the guide, okay? It's all in the guide. Check the play sound, set up the sound. Maybe you can have again one window if you want text to speech, so she'll read out the symbol. And I say one, the whole idea of sound alerts, put a different sound alert on your different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. Obviously, if you put every one of them text to speech, you would have no idea which window to look at. Otherwise, just click use custom sound, check that, and then select the sound. And these are 3 folders. Each folder has some sound alerts. And you can click on one, you can open it, play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times. All of this is in the guide, okay? Because if you're going to forget, I'm sure you're going to forget. I would forget. But all of this is in the guide. Let me just show you where. So if you click on my homepage link, and then you scroll down until you see the education section, click here, education section, and then click on the user guide, and then find the section that says sound alerts. There you are, sound alerts, okay? Nice one, Shady, on the sound, SOUN. I actually wanted to take it, but okay, guys. So I am now looking it's 9:45, so now I can kind of look a little more closely at things I might want to trade. Ah, son of a I missed the guess. So guess showed up. Guess showed up. GES showed up. It's an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. You can see the reaction, but look at the reaction now. When I say it showed up in the combo scan at 31.56. So now that high right there, that red line right there, that represents if I expand it out on this daily chart, I would see a high right there. So it is now through. That is super weird though, why you guys lost my audio. 99.9% of the time it's my fault. Not this time. Everything was on. All right, guys. So let's steel case. Excuse me. Steel case is an earnings play. SCS is an earnings play. Knocked down on earnings. Big office equipment supplier. All right, let's take a look at where guests could go, guys. I want to take a look on a monthly chart just to see where the next. Wow, so it is breaking through all this. I'm going back to 2019. So this is oh, man, this is a pretty powerful move now for guests, GES, because I'm going back to 2019 and I don't see a high. I mean, I know it could keep going back and back, but do we really care what happened 6 years ago? I know I don't. 6 years plus. All right, guys. So now let's take a look at how's Chewy doing. I think Chewy had a little pop up and now it's dropping. It's CHWY. This is an earnings play. Almost, almost a lifetime low. And what is the market doing? So the market is putting in a red bar now. We're still up a lot, but market is putting a red bar. That is the second 15-minute candle. As somebody pointed out, there is some economic news, I guess, coming out. Oops, not post alert at 10 o'clock. The existing home sales, leading indicators at 10 o'clock. Okay, so any, and that is really it. There's no bond action at 1 o'clock. So PMI composite flash at 9:45. Not too familiar with that, but all right. Let me take a look at some of the ones showing up now. All right. So this TRML. hmm, oh man, this halted? No, it's not halted. Bit of a spread issue here, guys, but it's tightening up a little bit. TRML. I'm not getting it. I'm trying to son of a. I'm trying to short this, but also, I mean, the spread is getting crazy. 26.14, but it's tightening. But I'm trying to short it, and I didn't get it. Man, I did not get it. So again, look at the original alert, 2886, 26 now for TRML. Now I wasn't going to take it here; it was too early for me. But man, look at this! Look at this move down now, guys. So the pre-market low is wow, way down here around 25. Maybe this holds it also. Look at this 25 55 or so. Look at the daily chart for TRML. Maybe that holds it. And if you have our AI, you know that was an alert. Not as early as this at 2886, but nonetheless, not too bad. And if you have our AI, this is all I would do. Click on new from our toolbar and then click on the middle one here, the premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. You'll have three that start off with premium AI. Click the middle one, and then that's all you, in my opinion, that's all you really should look at. You'll just have to just wait for the alerts to happen. You will not get an alert. The earliest you'll get would be at 9:40. Ooh, okay. I can see you must have got stopped out or took profit on this one, Shady. No, you're back in. All right, now Sizu is back. It's trading. Oh man, look at that, 428. So it got halted at 428. Kind of opened at 428. Well, look at the pop now. But again, I look at this and I think there could be could be the area where it's going to stall. Now, checking another website, we found that it was more like 2.4 million in the float, not the crazy 95,000 shares. Yeah, Darren, all you have to do is right click, go to history and yesterday. Okay. So right click on the AI and just go right click, history, and check yesterday. You can actually go to a specific day, but if you just want to look at yesterday, okay. Good idea though, yeah, to see if there's any continuation. Okay, so just right click. I don't know if there's a specific time it's opening, profit. Used to be, in the pre-market, I was talking about that. Used to be that almost like clockwork, IPO, especially known ones, would come out around 10:30, but I think it's all over the place now. We see them now come. What time did? Well, I can probably look. What time did ALAB, a big one from yesterday? What time did it start to trade? Looks like it came out at 12:30. Let me just see. Yeah, I can't see anything ahead of that. Looks like, so there you go. ALAB, ALAB started trading at 12:30 or in that area. I think that's the first candle I can see. So there's no look at this, $71, guys. I wish I had some still. So this is what I would do though, Profit, okay? Just do this. Type in RDDT into trade ideas if you've got trade ideas, okay? Well, it's not trading, obviously. Just right click and create a price alert. Okay, create a price alert and say put $1 and save it. And then when it starts to trade, assuming you're using our price alerts, the price alert window will pop up on your screen. Okay, and as long as you've sorted on the trigger time to be you'll see it right at the top. Okay, so the price alert window will pop up on your screen. You can even put a sound alert on this just in case you happen to be away from your computer and so you can, and you'll see it immediately. Okay. And you'll know and minimize the window. Okay. Minimize the window so it'll pop up when it starts to trade. And that's with any price alert, of course, but I 100% am very interested to see how it's going to trade. Now, again, I'm not trying to lump ALAB with Reddit, but completely not obviously this is a semi AI, but I mean, Reddit is the home of all the meme stocks. So you would think maybe the home of all the meme stocks will meme until it's itself. But we won't know until it opens. So remember, it's got to open above 34. Well, it doesn't have to, but that's the IPO price. Wow, was this ever a bounce? Look at DBI, guys. DBI 8 and popped all the way back up to 980. This is an earnings play. DBI is an earnings play. Let me just oops, get my. All right, how much further down did TRML go? Yeah, so it bounced up. This has been a real choppy one, actually. So it actually bounced up. So these are new. Okay, so Guggenheim has got a $50 50 target on TRML. So even though, and Jeffries this morning, Stephanie 2 from 41, and Wainwright, this was on the 20th, 48. So that was yesterday. So I guess they had some not great news or something. I think Casa probably. We don't know when it's going to, or we don't know specifically when it's going to open. Okay, Div. At least I don't know, unless somebody can go to if there's a website that specifically says, yes, Reddit will open at, 11 o'clock Eastern or 11:30. I don't know if I don't think there is anything like that. A lot of times, you're jockeying for position almost when it actually, what price it's going to open at. I want it to open over 34, of course, because that is the IPO price. But again, as I said earlier, all you have to do is just put Reddit RDTT, put it in your chart. Okay, put it in your chart, and then right click, and create a price alert. Put like alert price $1 or something like that. Okay, and then save it, and then once it opens, it will pop up. Okay, that's what I was really trying to say, Grumpy. Based on the amount of buyers and sellers in the market and when they can balance it out. Thank you. So that's why it used to be clockwork, though. These things would open around 10:30. Well, Div, you better get trade ideas, and you could do it. All right, guys. I'm just looking now to see anything happening. 10 o'clock. So what happens? Those economic, some of the economic data at 10 o'clock, housing or something. No real reaction yet. It's 10:03 now, so no real reaction yet. Well, Div, you just have to hang around the room all day because this could be insanely exciting, or you know what? Maybe it turns into a complete non-event. And we're talking about the Reddit IPO. Now, it's interesting that it's going to be on New York. I would have thought they'd try to, maybe, I don't know, maybe they don't qualify for it being on NASDAQ, but it's going to be on New York. RDDT. That'll be the ticker. All right, guys. So I missed my entry on the TRML, but it is bounced up now. So this is a real crazy one with all these putting these pretty lofty price targets on it, even today. And now this is so finally I'm able to see the news that you're talking about, Casa. Okay. Fall 30 after rival pharma released its late stage. So I guess it's doing the same type of thing. I guess that's the idea. And yet all these analysts, they knew all that, and they're really trying to pump the heck out of it. All right, mind wave. Well, good question, and I can answer that for everybody. Okay. So the question from Mindwave in our main room is, how do I change a top list window that looks like this, like the grid format, into the tree map that I've got? So if I right click, so the thing is, you don't have that option, right? So you have to be on our latest beta. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and if you scroll to the top, well, you'll be at the top, should be at the top somewhere, but if you don't see it, scroll to the top, click on download, and then click on the beta. The beta is fine, okay? So that is for everybody who wants a presentation of your top list window to look like this, which I think is way better. Up to you, of course. You don't have to, but that's I am I'm sold on the presentation of a top list that looks like this now. I'll never go back. And you can take any top list window that you've got and do that. It doesn't have to be this, but any top list window. All right. So X4, interesting, through the 200-day, well, at the 200-day moving average, I wouldn't call it, it's not really through it yet. 200-day moving average is 115, the VWAP's 111, and this is the one that was under a dollar, got up to 125 or so in the pre-market, pulled back down to almost a dollar. I don't know if there's any specific news on this one. Ah, it's an earnings play. Okay, this is actually an earnings play, little guy. And market shrugging off the whatever numbers came out at 9:45. Remember that was a red bar, but closed up here. Some numbers came out at 10. Market shrugging that off too. So as far as I can see, there's nothing else that can really affect the market regarding economic numbers. There's no bond auction at 1 o'clock that I can see. All right, guys. Well, the AMTX could get interesting again. The AMTX, let me see if I can find it here. There you are. AMTX. Again, what this is portraying, what you're seeing here, these are the ones that you probably should be paying attention to all day long, if you're, especially if you're an intraday trader, or even if you're not and you just want to see the stocks that are really trading up normally today. This list right here, now it's going to change. But you can see right at the very top, these are the ones. Now, what I've done on mine, question I'm getting, is if you right click on it and click down to time frame, this box will pop up, set record count. So I've upped it to 20. That's why I see 20 stocks. You guys might only see 11. Okay, because this is on the Explosive Winners channel. Okay, so you don't have to up it to 20. I've just decided I want to have it at 20. So that's why I see 20. Look at GGR, guys, on a run here. Again, though, I look left, just don't see enough room. And when I say that, when I look left, I don't see enough room that it could keep moving until it hits the new high, the next high, certainly on the daily chart. And look at $2. I mean, that could easily stall it. No, it's a good. I think a lot is going to happen with this tree map, Darren. So the question is, can we also see the price? So there's no option to see it yet, but I'm sure that down the road, let me just ask that question. I'm not in the marketing meetings anymore. Oh yeah, there's no option to do anything like that right now. Now the other thing that you may, if you go to the Explosive Winners channel, uh, in this one I have made a change. Okay, if I click on configure, I'm sorting on the change from the close. I think if you go to the channel, it's sorting on the change from the open. I prefer, usually I do like things from the open, but in this particular case, I want to see the change from the close. You don't have to do the same thing, but if you go to the Explosive Winners channel, you might look at it and go, well, wait a minute, how come it doesn't look the same? And that would be the reason. We're trying down the future to make it more customizable. But on the other hand, what we're really trying to do with this is for people that, I mean, listen, the program can be a bit overwhelming if you let it be. For me, I mean, I've been a subscriber for 14 years, so of course it's not overwhelming for me. But I have a very simple style of trading, and so my scans are pretty darn simple. So it's not overwhelming for me. But I understand if you're looking at this program for the first time, well, what we're trying to do is create something that you don't have to do anything. You don't want to create a scan, but you want to see a stocks acting abnormally. This is a window you can look at all day long. Now, it still requires that you have to have some trading experience. Just because, CURE is here, it's up 47%. Great. What are you going to do with it? You have to be able to look at a chart and say, okay, I like what I see. The chart is always going to tell you a story, and multiple charts, not just one chart. The 15-minute will tell a story, the daily will tell a story, the weekly will tell a story. That's why you've got to practice trading. Man, look at the CZU now, guys. So I thought maybe 5 would block it. No, not yet. I mean, your next high looking left. I mean, look, here's our fantasy level up here around $6. Okay, if we can break through all of that, had a big day yesterday and a continuation today. I'm not even sure we had any news on this one yesterday. I know on the 6th, they came out with this, announces a transition to the pure play automotive marketplace business model, whatever that means. How important, Christian, in our YouTube room, how important is the pre-market high? I mean, it can be. I mean, it can block a stock from moving higher. I'm always aware. I know, for instance, though, well, today you're going to be listening to Steve Gomez. He'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, taking over for me. He hates having the pre-market information. He doesn't like it. I do. So really, how important is it? It can be, I suppose. I'm certainly aware where the pre-market high is, just because I have it on my chart. I mean, look at this thing go, guys. Man, yes. So Darren asked a question in our YouTube room. If you had a select list of stocks that you only wanted to trade, you could make it so all of your alerts and top list windows can only be based on that set list you wanted. Is that correct? Yes, it is. So it's a matter of creating a symbol, what we call a symbol list. And Darren, if you know how to do that, then it's super simple. You just attach that symbol list to your alert windows and your top list windows, and it'll only point to that list. So if you know how to create a symbol list, if you don't, so if you go to my homepage, you go to my homepage link, click on my homepage link, and then go down to the education section. The education link is here. Click on the education link, and then click on the user guide. Okay, clicking on the user guide, and then now I mean, we should have consistency. Watch list, okay? Symbol list, watch list, and that'll explain how to create one, how you attach it. Now, if you go through this and it's still confusing to you, just let me know and I'll demonstrate it on the screen. Okay? Show you how you edit your list because obviously sometimes you want to make changes to it. It may not be the same list of stocks all day. You can change it on the fly. Well, the guide is pretty good. I think the guide is comprised of text and video. Okay, so but let me know later. Okay, if you're still unsure, I'll demonstrate right on the screen how to do it. All right. Reason I always want to point people to the user guide though, because I can explain something, and what if you want to do it next week? You do one today, great, and then 2 weeks from now you want to do another symbol list. You can't remember what I said, which would obviously easily happen. So that's why I like to point people to our guide, so at least they have a reference that they can take a look at. All right, guys. So AMTX. Now that just showed up in the combo scan. So I'm definitely interested in this one. Showed up at 479. This is what I'm talking about. What time is it? 10:18. I'm going to go over the scans that I'm sharing, plus the promos that we've got on in about a couple of minutes. Okay, but there it is. Now this is what I call the combo scan. Oh, I see, Darren. Okay. All right. So you were just wondering philosophically, could you do it? Yes. Yes, you can. And that's a good point. Darren in our YouTube room, he doesn't have trade ideas yet, but this is a free room. Of course, we want to keep it free. I'll explain how we do that, but this is a free room, so you don't have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas to be in these two rooms. And the reason why, of course, we keep it free and for people who aren't subscribers to expose them to the product. And they've got to get comfortable. You can be in the room for a long time, and then finally you might get comfortable about what the product's all about, and then take the plunge, at least for a month. Oh no, I think I've missed this one. No, not by much though. So SGH, is this an earnings play? Not an earnings play. Okay, so SGH coming into that's a daily high you see on. It's only going to show up on the old charts. And I would hope that I'm using one HTML chart, and then the old charts will have this daily, the next high looking left. That's that red line. Well, that's one reason why I wouldn't be hopping onto this trade, guys. I mean, it's just over 27. Doesn't have that much room before it hits that 27. And if it gets through that, whoa, look at the TRML now, guys. Look at the TRML. It's been all over the place, but now another move down and all over the place. Look at these bottoming tails. I mean, the buyers tried to not get it higher, but the sellers look like they're still in control. This is a big level right here for it to try to hold, though, on the daily chart. In my opinion, anyway, you've got some action on the daily chart right around that 25.50. So this could hold it and prove to be a good bouncing point. Could be. Okay, guys, I'm keeping an eye on that AMTX. It did pull back a little bit, and I want to see if I can get back into the at least into the mid 70s. It may just may not do it. I did not take the trade. You saw we had the alert at 479. And so why wouldn't I take the trade when I got the alert? Well, yeah, it popped up immediately, but it came right back down. So I wanted to see if that 479 level will hold. And so far, no go. But later on in the day, it might. So that's why I have my price alert set at 480 for the MTX. Maybe later on in the day, it might get alive again. It's not a crazy low float, 35 million in the float. Wow. There's a big drop now for the AMTX. Glad I did not. Well, I would have had stopped. I mean, it wouldn't be allowing to get down to 440, but that's pretty brutal now. The only thing preventing me from taking a short on this one right now is it's been so choppy. TRML just been a little too choppy for my liking. And you can see, wow, look, amazing, isn't it? So what was the low here? The low was 25.65. The low right there is 25.64. The low there is 25.79. So you can see it got right into those two lows in that area. And as we speak, it has stalled it from moving down. That's why I'm always looking left. Where is that if I want to short something? Where is that next low looking left? Where could it keep going before it hits that next low? And so far, anyway, that low has taught to hold that level. All right, guys, NXTC, the next cure. Same thing. I mean, to me, it could easily stall around two. I mean, it's, 173. I mean, I suppose that's far enough away, but no, I'm wrong. I mean, look at that. The next high is 189. Too close for me. Doesn't mean that it's going to stop there, but it's just the way I look at things. I want to have way more room that it could run until it hits another high, next high. That's why I honestly don't trade that much because I have a plan that I really stick to. Unless I see a lot of room that a stock could run, I'm not going to take the trade. Wow, fast morning, guys. 10:27 already. So what I want to do now is go over the information you are going to find on my homepage, including the promo that we've got going. Paste the promo codes in. All right, guys. So I just put in some promo codes. Okay, the Barry 26 for 26% off the first month only. Barry 28, 28% off off an entire year. Now, please listen carefully though. If you currently have a subscription, okay, monthly subscription, your rates will remain the same. Okay, so if you're paying what 118. If you have a standard subscription, you are paying 118 right now per month. If you have a monthly subscription on our premium, you're paying 228. Those rates are not going up for you guys. Okay, as long as you maintain your subscription. But on April 1st, if you don't have a subscription and you're listening to me, on April 1st, those rates are going up. So instead of 118 on a monthly rate for a standard, it'll go to 127, not a big deal. And the premium service will go from 228 to 254, a little bit bigger. Okay. But again, please listen carefully. If you currently have a monthly subscription, your rates are not going up as long as, and that's grandfathered in, as long as you do not stop your subscription. Okay. So with that in mind, if you click on my homepage link, it'll be at the top here. So obviously do not use that promo code Barry15. You want to take out a monthly Barry 26. Okay. You'll get 26% off the first month only, and if you want to take out an annual, then use Barry 28 and you'll get 28% off. Okay. For the whole year. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. First one, your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. Okay. 10 short videos. You must do that to start. Like any other software program, there was a bit of a learning curve. What we tried to do in these is to make it as simple as possible to just get the basics down. Okay. Trading 101. If you are a new subscriber, well, if you're new to trading, this is a series of videos, about 38 of them. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. We put these together and it's all free. Okay. Okay. Let me answer again. This is a general question. I will answer Gannon in our YouTube room asked this question. So let me before I keep going about the promos, and you have a top list window. Okay. And you have a top list window. If in the upper left hand corner it says T. Okay. This is what it looks like. This is a typical top list window before we have the tree maps. And again, if you want to keep using it like this, I mean, you can sort on columns and all that. But me personally, I much prefer this presentation. So if I right click on a top list window, if you do not have the option that says show tree map and now turns it into this, you must be on our latest beta. Okay. And to be on the latest beta, if you click on my homepage link, just click on, scroll up and click on the download. Okay. And there's the beta. The beta is absolutely fine. And then you'll have that option with the tree map. Okay. Yeah. So Darren, good question. So if you decide to take out a monthly subscription, all right, say the 26%, and within a month you decide, you know what, I want to take out an annual. And the reason for taking out an annual is, obvious, I guess. Your per month cost goes down. You have to come up with the money up front, but if you've got the cash hanging around and you're sold on the program, well, then you can take out an annual and your monthly cost goes down. So, so yes, yeah, so yes, yes, Darren. So you can, if you like the program enough and you want to take out an annual and you do it within 30 days, then we can honor that 26%. Okay. Okay. So now let me keep going on this. And again, guys, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. Yes, it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. So just like I've had quite a few questions, and that's absolutely fine. You can ask me questions all day long. Ask me questions about the product. If you have a market question, I will attempt to answer. If they have Mohammed asked a question about Cavill, let me take a look at KAVL. If it's an accounting question, though, I probably will not be able to answer, but I will be able to direct you to the right person. Okay, I'll give you a link to our accounting section, and then somebody in accounting can probably answer your question. Okay. So what I'm seeing on the Cavill is kind of what I saw before. The four looks like it could be blocked just based on the daily chart. You've also got three topping tails so far. And so what does it mean? It means that, the buyers had at one point, the buyers had this up to 388. This is on this 15-minute candle, the two 15-minute candles ago. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again. Sellers knocked it down. The buyers are trying. They are trying. But the sellers, they're trying to keep this down there. And again, when you look left, to me, there could be a lot of resistance around the 4 level. To me, doesn't mean it's, that's going to stall it, but that's what I see. Don't let me influence you. If you think, well, I don't agree with you, I think it's going to pop through all that and keep running. Yeah, go for it. But that's what I see. So where was I? So on my homepage, I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for that. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. I know what triggered on Monday, and I know what triggered again yesterday. It's a junior mining gold ETF. I don't know what it's doing now, but anyway, it is free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And this is the education section that I've showed before. This is the user guide. So a lot of times, if you're asking if we do something, okay, or how do I do something? Well, first of all, here's the getting started. But if you do want to have more information, more detailed information, say about an alert window or a top list window, the A and the T, you want to find more about stock racing. You hear me talk about putting price alerts on charts all the time. Excuse me. Somebody asked about sound alerts. How do I put a sound alert on different windows? Watch list or symbol list. More than likely, you'll find it here. Okay, more than likely, you don't have to learn everything, about trade ideas. It's a typical user guide. There's a lot of information, but of course, you don't have to learn everything. Okay. Again, in that education section on my homepage, excuse me, we looked at the user guide. This is the Getting Started series again, and daily support. So I do, but again, I like to consider myself support also. I think people sometimes wait till noon, and they think that's the only time they can ask for support, because what happens at noon Eastern between 12 and 1, I do take a break, and then one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Excuse me. And today is Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. And by the way, he's the originator of the trades of the week. I will confirm that it's him before I take my break. In the main room, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Steve. I think it's a good idea when I'm on my break between 12 and 1 to listen to other traders. There are 5 days of the week. We have 5 different traders who take over in our YouTube room. We all have different trading styles. Steve is way more. Well, I'm not a swing trader at all, so it wouldn't take much to be way more of a swing trader than I am. But he is a swing trader. So you can listen to Steve. And again, he is the originator of the trades of the week. So all I ask is this. If at some time in the future you are going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. That goes a long way to keeping this room free. Love to keep it free so I can, demonstrate trade ideas all day long. We can talk about trading all day long to support. Have to get comfortable with the program. Okay, so that's the reason. If you decide you want to take out a subscription, all I ask is use my promo code. You may as well. I mean, if you're going to take out a subscription, use my code. And this will go again a long ways to keeping the room free. Now, if you're already a subscriber and you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down to the middle section, and here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Excuse me. So this is what I use in the pre-market, though I now demonstrate it in a tree map form. Okay, I don't. If you download these two links, the pre-market actives up and down, you'll have it in the grid form. It'll look like this. Okay, I mean it will have these symbols, same symbols, but that's what it will look like. Okay, and then again, all you have to do is right click. And if you don't have that option, you must download the latest beta. Let me do it here. Now you can also, I mean, I'm sorting this on the change from the close, okay? But you can now, I mean, you can actually sort it on whatever you want. You know, you can if you want to have stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, you could sort it on that. You know, as long as you have it here, these are just columns that you have in your top list window. Okay, these are just columns. Okay, so you could add different columns and you could sort on those columns if that's what you want. You know, I happen to like sorting on the change from the close. That's all. Now, guys, keep an eye on AMTX. Okay, keep an eye on AMTX now. So again, these are the scans I'm sharing. You'll hear me talk about the combo scan a lot. I love that one. The abnormal option activity. Okay, and you can kind of pick and choose. This is the race that you see here, the biggest gainers from the open. This is this race right here. I also have a race if you're more into stocks that are larger cap stocks. You know, I also have a race here you can take a look at. Okay, so any questions? Yeah, so Tardy, it'll go from, but you're grandfathered in though, okay? Understand, guys, if you have an annual subscription right now, you know, the annual premium is 19.99. Okay, it's going to 21.30. Sorry, yeah, 21.30. No, yeah, 21.36. But you're grandfathered in. Everybody is grandfathered in as long as you maintain your subscription. You are grandfathered in at the price you paid. Okay, so there are no price increases. The price increases happen after April 1st, which really just affect new people. That's why we're doing this promo right now and also next week. You know, we'll have promos for next week also. The codes will not be quite as good. I think I want to say maybe 23 and 20 or something like that. Or because right now the promo is Barry 26 and Barry 28. So 26% off the first month only, 28 off the entire year. I think they drop a couple of percent next week. Okay, guys, keep an eye on AMTX. Back to the alert price. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. All right, I'm in it. I want to see how much is, let's see if this can go now. Okay, MTX, I'm in it. And, you know, this is a, yeah, I hope it works. I hope it goes through five somehow, but I'm going to be very wary at five. I may take some off before five. But this is what I use this like a watch list, okay? And we had the alert at 479. It dropped down to what, 460? Came back to 479. Had my price alert set there. Was interested in it. So, oh no, is it really 290? Oh, 501. Yeah, it is at 501. You're absolutely right. I knew that. The ATMX, it is at the 200 moving average is at 501. The reason why I may not be as concerned, though it is a concern, is because what it did in the free market, like it blew right through. I know on volume, okay, it wasn't like little volume. It blew right through. Okay, so now I don't know if it's going to do the same thing, but Okay, with that in mind, guys, I taken some off right here, just in case that five blows, okay? Just in case. Taking some off, the AMTX. And that's the key right there. There's that 200-day moving average. So I have taken some off. My my hope is that it'll pop through and maybe start to challenge that post-market high or pre-market high. Hmm. All right. Go, go, go. So you can I'm gonna go over this. Okay, guys. Now the next high looking up, I'll try to answer your question, Mark. I'm not an expert on that. I may direct you to Chris. Okay, I may. Okay, guys, I've taken some more off. I don't have that much left. The reason being is if you look at here, this is the high right there. That's the next high looking left, which is around 522. That's exactly where it got to. Okay, it's exactly where it got to. I have a little bit left in case it can pop through that because then the next line looking left after that is 557. So, but great percentage move. So are you talking about, okay, you're talking about the buy and sell buttons? Yeah, the buy and sell buttons have to be assigned to a specific strategy, if that's what you're talking about, which, can limit it. I mean, it depends if you like your strategy and you have to develop it yourself. I don't use it, okay? All my trades are within Interactive Brokers. I don't use Brokerage Plus to make my trades. But if you're talking about, let me just bring up Brokerage Plus. So you have to, if you're talking about this, you have to have one strategy that is assigned to your buy button and one strategy that is assigned to your sell button. Okay. Now I don't know. That to me is a limitation. I mean, unless you've got, and you can create your own, of course. These are just the default ones. You can create your own, put it in here, and then turn it on for your long, and turn one on for your short if that's what you want to do. If that's what you are talking about. But it requires. I mean, this is advanced, in my opinion. So again, I'm not sure I know what you mean by quick buttons. You're talking about, these buy and sell buttons. What I would do is I would take a look at Brokerage Plus in our guide. I'm sure most of this is answered, but if that's what you're talking about, so I have to know if that's what you're talking about, Mark. Okay. I personally, yeah, I put my orders directly in Interactive Brokers. I mean, I'm not trying to downplay IB Brokers Plus, but for me, I mean, again, I've had Interactive Brokers for 8 years. I'm so used to placing orders from within. I never really, for me, it wasn't a big deal to have Brokers Plus connected to IB and make the trades. The other reason why I would never, I used to demonstrate Brokers Plus a lot more, but as using it as a stimulator. So consequently, there's no way that I would, in my positions, that I would want to be able to toggle between my simulated account and my real account. You can appreciate that I do a lot of things during the day. If I'm going to, to do something like this, I would have to have 100% concentration to make sure I wasn't taking a trade in my real account when I thought I was taking it in the simulator. Okay, just things like that, because I would demonstrate how to use the simulator, and so there's no way I'm going to remember to toggle back and forth. I would never do that. Well, if you're talking about hotkeys, I mean, this is it. Okay, if you are talking Jerry or Jerry's in our YouTube room, I mean, these are the only really hotkeys that we've got. Very minor. Flat gets you out of your position, half gets you out of half, and you can double your position if that's what you're talking about. But I mean, I just okay, guys. So you see what happened with the AMTX? Glad I took it off, most of it at just over that 5 level, and now we'll see what happens. Now later on in the day, maybe it blasts through again. So let me see SGH. What is it doing? SGH is now. This is not. I see XTLB is in the AI as a short. It is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I cannot take part in that one, unfortunately. Now SPIR is though. Wow. So the financing was at 14. This was known in the pre-market, but 1450, 14 at 14. So this is now quite a bit below that financing price. This is an AI alert. This was an AI alert, a short opportunity at 13. Okay. You can see that down arrow. Now, somebody asked about is TR, it's very choppy. Okay. For me, Amar, it is just so choppy. TRML. It's just too choppy. I mean, I know it's had a tremendous bounce from 25 to 27. And maybe this holds. And excuse me, maybe it'll continue from there. But I mean, it's a mixed bag of news. Okay. I guess a rival company with a similar drug had a bad news, failed stage. I don't know what stage it was at. But then you've got all these analysts still putting these huge price targets on it. Now, I may not take a lunch break today because if this Reddit opens at during lunchtime, like between 12 and 1, I want to be here, so I may not be taking a lunch break today. I may take a break from being on the mic, but I may not take a break from sitting in the chair. So again, if you're just joining us recently in the room, Reddit is supposed to open today. IPO is supposed to open today. Okay, and the IPO it's supposed to be priced around 34, 22 million shares. And if you want to know when it opens, we don't know when it's going to open. No, there's no hard and fast time. Just if you have our program, excuse me, if you have trade ideas, give me a moment. Just put Reddit. This is going to be the symbol. Just put Reddit in our chart, RDDT. Put it in the chart, and then right click and create a price alert. Okay, right click, create a price alert, and then put it at one. Price alert at $1. Obviously, it's going to open above that, and then save it. And so what'll happen, I'll go to my price alert window, right at the bottom there, read it. Okay, actually, I had it a couple of times, but and there I put down in my notes section, it's supposed to IPO at 34. So what we want to see is, when it starts to trade way over 34, not necessarily way over, but over 34, that'll show that there's a lot of enthusiasm. So what'll happen is I minimize my price alert window. I also sort on the triggered time column. Okay. If you don't have that column, we've got a bunch of columns. Just find it. It should be there somewhere. I sort on this because when Reddit starts to trade, because I've minimized my price sort window, I just minimize it. It'll pop up on my screen and I'll see it right at the top. I can click on it and then I'll see the chart. Okay. And we just don't know when it's going to start trading. All right, guys, give me one moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Just all right. Let's see. So I see SMXT got halted. What happened after that halt? SMXT. Ooh, pretty good actually. So if you look at a daily chart now for SPIR, we may see some support around 60 cents away. Okay. I'm looking at that daily chart. Looks like maybe there's some support around 1160. And again, this is an AI alert. RAI. Okay. And you can see the suggestion to short was at $13. I'm assuming you shorted AMTX, Oliver, right? Yeah, I guess so. You must have shorted AMTX. Well, it may not be over, guys. I mean, yeah, it had the little drop down to 470. Man, look at tile now, guys. Look at tile. Is it showing up here anywhere? Look at tile. Yeah, it may be at the very bottom. No, it's not. The reason being is that it's only up 11% as we speak. The bottom one down here is up 14%. So I have 20 stocks here. But look at tile. Oh, God, and I saw it earlier too. I saw it on that 18 break. Probably a low float. Actually, it's not a crazy low float, and it's not an earnings play. Don't know why it's moving higher like it is, but it is exploding here, and it is a year high. It's a 2-year high. All right, guys. So you can see what's happened with the X4. I mean, you see that red line there. You can see that is the next high on the daily chart. It's also showing up on the weekly chart. And you can see it basically got in there into it. I mean, it somehow it's got to be able to take that out. And if it did, 125 is the next high, 135. So I mean, there's a little bit of room, but not much. I wish can you imagine if the next high looking on the weekly chart was way up here around 182? Now, it doesn't mean it's going to stall at these little areas, but and it's still hanging above. X4 is still hanging above the 200-day moving average. But what would concern me right now is look at all these topping tails for X4 on the 15-minute chart. I mean, the buyers have been trying like mad to get it higher than that 119, but every time it's there, the sellers knock it down again or knock it back down. Not a huge amount, just knock it back down. So that's what it's got to try to take out, and so I'll put an alert around maybe well, a little higher, about 121 maybe, and see if it can take that out. You can see it's trying, but and it's not a low float, 166. I want to confirm that float because that's a problem because for it to be dynamic, for a $1 stock to be that dynamic, that float is pretty high. Well, let's take a look at another website. Yeah, so that is the float information. So, I mean, it's going to take a bunch to move it. I mean, it's 11 times normal volume, but it's going to take, sustained volume to keep it moving. I mean, it's up 16%. And you can see how the volume, at the beginning of the day was huge, but it's been tailing off. That's consequently why I'm not 100%. It's going to, be able to have a lot of move, even if it takes out that high. Curry, I thought it was under a dollar. So the way Shady's talking, it must be over a dollar now. Yes. Oops, looking at the wrong one. CURI was over a dollar, but pulled right back down. Yeah, listen, I mean, TRML, it's on the move. Now, Steve, who is will be in our YouTube room in about a little less than an hour. Now, he's a big proponent. Now, he doesn't count the pre-market, so I don't know how different this. He looks at the 10 SMA. That orange line that you see here is the 10 SMA, that orange line on the 15-minute chart, of course. And he's a big, big, big follower of that. You can ask him about that. So you can see how it's moving into it. Now, I don't know how different it would be if I didn't have the pre-market data. He doesn't use pre-market data, so it might be a little bit different. But he will look at this and say, okay, this could be resistance, and that's as far as it goes. He also loves it on the way down to see if it'll act as support. I don't follow it as religiously as he does, but that's the only sort of intraday moving average that I do take a look at. You can see that my charts there's hardly anything on them. Obviously, volume. I do have that one, and of course, the 200-day moving average, as always. We don't know strength. We don't know. We don't know when Reddit's going to open, unless somebody has somewhere where they're suggesting when it's going to open. We don't know. But, you know, again, you'll know when it opens. Just put the price alert on it. Just put the price alert on it, just like I've been, explaining. Right click, put your price alert. Where are you? Create your price alert, put it at $1, minimize your price alert window. When it starts to trade, you'll know. It'll pop right on your screen. Okay? Okay. Just put the price alert on it. $1. I mean, we know it's gonna open over $1, and then minimize the price alert window. Minimize it, okay? And you can see I've got it right down here, right at the very bottom there. Reddit, I put a couple in. I was demonstrating, 1, 2, doesn't really matter. Put $1 in. We know it's gonna open over $1, okay? And then minimize this window, and then just make sure that you are sorted, and anybody else listening, you are sorted on the triggered time column. So when it pops up on your screen, you'll see it right at the top. You can put a sound alert on it also. You will not miss it. Yeah, I saw that about, Apple maybe being sued by the Department of Justice. I'm sure they're who's got that more higher priced lawyers? So that's good. So indicating, over the 34, which, is pretty, you never know. I mean, we were thinking, of course, that this could just explode because, this is where all the meme stocks originated, and so what better of a meme stock than Reddit itself? But like anything else, we won't know. Now, if you're asking me if I'm gonna trade it, I'm gonna try to trade it. I don't mean I'm gonna take it right off the bat. Yeah, 19 years without revenue, yep. But look at the meme stocks that they were, that got involved. GME, AMC, Name, BlackBerry, all those stocks, they had no revenue either. So I wouldn't certainly not, first day anyway. I wouldn't concern myself. The fact they have no revenue. But it is interesting, yes, no revenue. True enough, true enough. You're right, right, right. They're not making money. Yeah, no earnings. Yeah, revenue, they probably have some revenue, but they're not making money. Okay, I'm just gonna confirm it'll be Steve. Sometimes he and Andy switch, so I just want to confirm that it is Steve Gomez today. Yeah, not that they have anything to do with each other, but it is good to see that this, ALAB, which, I think the IPO price was 38. I mean, look at this. Basically doubled, at the high today, 76, and that opened yesterday. And this is a semi AI stock and supplier to NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, and Amazon, etc. So, I mean, obviously a lot of excitement about this one. So guys, the only trade I've had today is the AMTX. That is it. So Pepe, the only difference is the X4. The X4 so far that alerted. Speaking of X4, oh my goodness, are you kidding me? That's scary. Okay, guys. Well, it could get interesting now. I mean, there's the high right there, 125. It'll take if it takes that out, then the next higher between 135 and 140. Ah, there you go. Okay, so Andy and Steve are switching. So it'll be Andy in our YouTube room, excuse me, at between 12 and 1. So he and Andy are actually switching. Come on, X4. Let's see if you can move from here. LiDAR, guys, LiDAR from yesterday, LIDR from yesterday. Look interesting. LIDR from yesterday. Yes. Now look at this one. So takes out two if it can do it. 224 or so is the next high. I mean, it's extended, but man, I mean, look at the potential room. And then of course, way back here, got up to four. That was back in end of the year, December 27th. X4, come on. Guys, if it can take out 125, it may have a shot to the 135 level. I'm in it. Okay, I am in it. Sort of breaking a bit of a rule here. I probably should, it doesn't have a lot of room, but because of the float, I don't think it's going to be, that whippy. I see that Bitcoin is taking a bit of a hit again. IBIT, just a bit. I mean, nothing dramatic, but here's IBIT. I'm looking at Mara. Mara is dropping. Mara now seems to be following Bitcoin a little more closely again. Guys, the AMTX, I mean, I'm not in it right now, obviously, but I was in it earlier. So the AMTX now getting interesting again. Bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails. Of course, the sellers knocked it down. Buyers close it higher. Sellers tried again on this previous 15-minute candle. Buyers close it higher. So right now, the buyers appear to be in control for a while, still sitting right at that 200-day moving average, though, which is at $5. 502 is the exact. Okay, so it's just a little bit above. And the next high looking left, which it got through earlier, is 521. It did get up to 523. And I mean, if it can get through all that again, then your next highs are 550ish. So keep an eye on this one. If it breaks those highs again, this could keep going. Not a low float, 35 million in the float. Yeah, I did not catch the Apple short. I mean, I know guys are talking about it. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously a big drop, 177, 172. It's a big percentage move. I know they're in the news, of course, with the government wanting maybe to sue them, your government wanting to sue them. It's low on the daily chart anyway, is $1.70. So a dollar 70, 170. So I mean, that could go down to 170, 172. So you can see since the beginning of the year, Apple is down 11%. That's what that is telling us. I think that's the beginning of the year. Yes. Well, since January 24th. Okay. So obviously, when you look, well, of course, some of it is today. When you look what the SPY has done, now you look at Apple and you look at what Nasdaq's done. Of course, the SPY has a lot of Nasdaq stocks in it. Apple probably is one of the worst performing stocks, along with Tesla. What is Tesla doing right now? Yeah, look at Tesla down 16%. Not quite since the beginning. It might even be worse. I don't know. I think there's a way to. That's close enough. So that's about the beginning of the year for Tesla, down 25%. That's pretty close. See, will this hold if I go to another? No, it doesn't. Well, okay, Amir, talking about maybe a short on Mara. Again, you have to have Bitcoin, I guess, IBIT. You have to have, let's take a look at IBIT because it's starting to trade a little bit closer now. So there's IBIT, okay? So IBIT is starting to move higher, and so is Mara. So if you want to short Mara, you better have IBIT or a way to follow what Bitcoin's doing right now. Okay, good, because right now it appears to be more tied into the price of Bitcoin than it was in the past. Well, I shouldn't say the past. Obviously, all this was the run in Bitcoin, but from here down, it was when I don't think a lot. I certainly didn't understand, but when this Bitcoin halving event that happens, I guess on the 16th, the 17th of April, this really affects the Bitcoin miners. But when you look at Riot and Mara, while Bitcoin was still surging from here, moving higher all these days, Mara and Riot were moving down. And if you want to find more about the Bitcoin halving event, Google it. Okay, I'm not no expert. Oh, great. I've seen this LXEH, been halted a few times, resuming, and yeah, that's why it's under a dollar. I was wondering why the price wasn't showing up. It's because it's under a dollar, and I don't have enough decimal places, I guess. That's my clue to say I don't care. Now, MRNO guys, MRNO. This was super active. Lat. Okay, I don't quite understand what's going on. This is not a started trading as MRNO this week? Okay, so this was a SPAC that turned into MRNO this week. Well, this day, today. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, I'm souring now on the X4. Okay, I'm souring on it, so I may just exit it. It's basically a little bit below where I got in at 121. Okay, so I think the problem with it is that there's so much in the float, and for it to keep moving, and we've got all those little areas where it could stall. So so I'm out of it, guys. Okay, I'm out of the X4. So this mRNO halted. Okay, so this started trading, I guess, as mRNO today. It was a SPAC that turned into it. HCM Acquisition Corp announced the closing. So trading as mRNO, and the halt was at what, 1113. So this is a long halt. Doesn't look good. Now, if you're unsure, well, if you don't know what happens on a halt, this is a volatility halt. So when you look, you see where it got halted at 1113 plus, well, 1 second. Typically, the halts are 5 minutes long. Obviously, it is past 1118. It is now past 1128. So this is going to be a long halt. It's not a 10-minute halt. A 15-minute halt would have been 1128. So it's past that also. All right, guys, give me a moment. I just have one thing I've got to do. Okay, so the AMTX did not continue past 5, so forget about that one. Okay, now we should be watching SPIR, guys. Maybe for well, I don't know, maybe not a bounce yet. I mean, it looks like it got down to that low. I know it's an AI alert, short of 13. It was very nice. It got down to 1177, a good percentage move. Maybe this 12 level is going to hold it. Okay, maybe. Now, this had some news, of course, earlier this week, had put NVIDIA in their press release, and that's what caused it to move higher. Give me a moment, guys. Hello, Barry. I even understand what that means, Kate. Kate. Quería preguntarte. No, I understand. I understand, Nestor. My Spanish is getting better. So I don't understand what you mean, though. A good option to get funding? Are you talking about trade the pool? Trade the pool. Well, I thought we had some kind of a deal with trade the pool, but let me find out. All right. I'm just ask that question. I've seen trade the pool. Okay, we do have something with trade the pool. Best bet. I'll tell you what you do. Okay, Nestor. I'm going to send you to our homepage. Okay, and you can ask that question, and somebody more qualified than myself can tell you all about it. And let me just grab the homepage link. Okay, so there's the homepage link, and if you click on it, click on the need help. Okay, click on the need help. Go to ask. Click on ask, and then click on chat. And I can see people are there right now. Chris will know about it. Okay, so you can ask the question about options to get funding, etc. Okay, it's a prop firm, yeah. So that's your best bet. Okay, and Chris just sent me the link. Other than that, I don't know anything about it. I mean, man, is Fisker really down to 12? 12 cents. Wow. All right, guys. Well, maybe SBIR is going to have a bit of a bounce here. All right, guys, 11:36. So in about 24 minutes, I will be taking my break. Maybe not. Looks like it's going back down to 12. So I'm going to. The problem is, you have a bottoming tail, you have a topping tail on these last two 15-minute charts. So direction kind of unknown right now. Well, look at IBIT now, guys. So yeah, somebody was mentioning shorting Mara. Well, IBIT is moving down. Well, Nestor, that is something that you obviously have to work on. Having a hard time. I'm talking to Nestor in our YouTube room. Being disciplined with my pullback strategy, which is the one I decided to use. I'm trying hard, but sometimes I don't respect my parameters. Well, I mean, you're answering your own question early, aren't you? Or you're answering your. I know you're just sort of thinking out loud, but you know, yeah. I mean, I don't know what percentage I want to affix to it, but having a plan and sticking to it is so critical. Having a plan and sticking to it. I mean, how many times do you hear me say, "Ah, I click on an alert, I don't like it. I don't like it. I look left, I don't like it." Okay? I mean, it keeps me out of so many trades. If you're asking me strength, I'm gonna say almost 100% no, but I don't I mean, the stock isn't trading yet. I mean, I can't answer for every one of them, but most stocks when they start trading, I'm not even sure they're optionable. And so to do it before you can trade or before they're even trading, I mean, I don't want to dismiss the question out of hand, but probably not. Let me ask you this question, Nestor. When you do obey your parameters, do the trades work many times? In other words, are you able to make money when you do obey your parameters? No, and it's not going to be every trade, obviously, but over a month or a week or how say over a month, and you do respect your parameters, are you making money? Are you green? Again, that's not going to be every trade, of course, but because that should answer your question. The reason I think that, and no, not just yourself, but and I used to be the same way, is that I'm sort of antsy to get into a trade all the time, and it took me a while to settle down in my head that I don't have to be in a trade all the time, and just let the trades come to you. And if I don't try to say to myself, well, it's almost meeting all my parameters. Like, to be honest, the X4 was one. It was sort of, but the only reason I took it was because it had a high float. So I didn't think it would be that whippy. All right, guys. Well, SPIR now, maybe popped up here again, up to 29. You can just see that there's, you know, mild pent up enthusiasm for this one to kind of pop a bit, just because of what it did, of course, the last couple of days. So, well, the other thing, okay, so I'm talking to Nestor. So if I can understand what you meant, you had 354 alerts and 39% were correct and 61% were incorrect. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean and you're negative. Okay, so a couple of things. I mean, you can be positive if you're even if you're only 40, you listen to Michael Nostock, I mean, you can be positive if even if you're only 40% correct, as long as you can let those winners run and take the small losses on your losers. I mean, statistically that can happen. But if you're negative, then you might want to take a look at what you're doing, your entries, like why you're getting in when you're getting in, things like that. Well, it depends. I mean, if you're using if you have a commission-free broker. Boy, this SPIR, it seems to want to hold this 12 level, guys. It's popped down there a few times. It seems to want to be trying to hold this 12 level. I'd love to see it, get into the upper 1220s and then move from there because obviously it's got a ton of room and there was a lot of excitement about it a couple of days ago. They did a financing. It's under the financing price. That's an issue under 14, but I'm assuming you're doing all this in the simulator though, Nestor, right? You're not trading live, I'm assuming? I'm talking to Nestor in our YouTube room. Oh, you're in Trade the Pool. Oh, okay. So you're already in it. Okay. Well, as you know, they won't fund you unless you're positive. So that's the whole idea. But Well, guys, I'm telling you, if SPIR takes out this, say 1227 level, that might get it going on a bit of a more of a bounce. I'm just watching the way it's trading right now. Spread isn't great, but you look at this. The spread is 1212, 1221, but it's trading at 1220. So just needs to have that bid catch up to the ask and start to move a bit. Just like that, 1215, 1221. Again, what I'm showing you here, that's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Well, 11:47, guys, in about 13, I'll be taking my break, but it's going to be all right. Here we go. Catch up, catch that bid up to the ask. So I will be taking a break, but I will be very, very close to my screen so that if Reddit starts to trade, it's not that I want to take it right off the bat anyway. It's not crucial. It'll be a little bit like the ALAB yesterday for me. Watch it trade for a while, even an hour, and then put a price alert at the high of the day and see if it takes it out later. And that's basically what I did with the ALAB yesterday. Okay, guys, 11:49. So what I'm going to do now is I'll put the YouTube link in. Just getting prepared for when Andy takes over for me in about 10 minutes. So I see that, okay, so the Monroe open at, oh, okay, here's one that's showing up. Probably too late. TBBK guys showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. And the alert was at, actually, we had an alert at 10:11. Had an alert at 10:11 and it popped right back up. My bad. All I had to do was put price alert at the alert price. Is what I'm talking about, using it like a watch list. So 3360 was the alert, but it almost immediately popped up, and all I had to do was just put a price alert at the 3360 to see if it took it out later on, which of course, look what it did. And I'm sharing that scan. Okay, Devin, I'll attempt to. If I can't do it, Andy, I think we'll be able to do it. But let me just go to Bollinger Bands, okay? All right, so the position in the Bollinger Band below, so on the 15-minute, so if you want a percentage, so add the filter. And I think if you put in the max, okay, if you put in the max, a minus number, let me just put, I mean, I'll put 5. I mean, you know, that's you probably don't want to do that, but let me just see what it says now. Yeah. So just, okay, so do you see what I did? So Devin, I'll do it again. So I'm going to go to an alert window, configure, search on Bollinger Bands. So I'm going to typing in BOLL. So there is the percent Bollinger Band on 15-minute. So add the filter. So click on it, add the filter. And if you want it to be below, okay, below, then just put a minus number in the max, whatever that number you want it to be. I mean, if you just want it to be below, put a very low negative number, minus 0, 0.01. I mean, then it'll have to be below. Okay. That's if you can make money and trade the pool. Yes, Shaw. Okay, Devin, did that answer your question? Oh, RSI. I'm sorry. You're not just talking about the price being below. Oh, okay. Well, that's another issue. I don't know if we can do that. The RSI below. I'm sorry. Um, Let me quickly look to see if we have a data point for the. I'm sorry. Should have read that a little more closely. All right. So let me see if we have anything that shows the lower end of the Bollinger Band. Guys, SPIR, guys, SPIR on the move now. SPIR on the move. Yeah, it doesn't appear that we have a data point that can show you the low of the low of the Bollinger Band on the 15, because then you could have, and yeah, I don't think you can do it. Okay. The only other one I can check another one, but I doubt if we've got it. But let me just see. And these are the filter codes. So let me see if we've got anything to do with Bollinger Bands. Well, we do have a position, but I don't think that's going to do it. Might want to ask the question, okay? I mean, I don't have the time, but there might be, but that's the position in the Bollinger Band 15-minute chart on a 15-minute, I should say. And so if you put a negative in there, but that's sort of the same thing as, yeah, you might have to ask a question. Andy will be there. I don't think he's going to know, but it's possible. But it's possible, but doubtful. Okay. But it doesn't hurt to go to our homepage, okay? And maybe there is a custom formula that has been done that can be done, okay? And maybe it's already done. So go to the homepage, ask the question. Okay, so go to, well, you can actually I should just hand out my homepage, but if you click on that link and then click on the need help and then click on the ask, and then click on the chat, okay? And just ask the question. Maybe it can be done. And if it can be done, maybe there's already a custom formula look at Spire, guys, SPIR. No, there is not a page where users have shared no. No, people can be pretty private about what they've done, especially on custom formulas. So no, there isn't. But just do what I said. Depends what you mean. A daily bar setup, sort of. So let me show you, Assad. Let me get my announcement in though, okay? And I'll keep in here. Just give me a moment. Because I will be taking a break, but I'm probably not going to stray too far from my computer. I do want to see the Reddit open. Okay, so symbol lists. So we do have a symbol list. Let me show you what symbol lists we do have on daily. So if you right click on an alert window and click on configure, and then click on symbol lists, okay? And then click on add existing lists. So we have daily. So if you scroll down and you see daily, there's a little plus sign beside it, and then you just click on it, and that'll show you the daily, okay, the daily bar setup. Okay. Okay. So let me do that again. Right click on the alert window, click on configure, and then symbol list, and then add existing list, and then down to daily. Bottoming tail. Okay, there you go. So we do have something that says bottoming tail. From within that, I don't know how customizable you can get it, but okay. So you can try that. All right, guys, I just heard a little ping. So that means my friend Andy is in our YouTube room. So just give me a moment, Andy. I'll put the YouTube link in one more time so that you guys can head over and listen to Andy. And here is the link for YouTube. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute now in the main room. Andrew.
Mr. Barry, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. I'm like everybody else. Can't wait to see what happens with Reddit when it opens.
Oh, what's the symbol?
Well, I guess not like everybody else.
I guess not. No.
I guess not. Okay, so it'll be Reddit RDDT.
Okay.
RDDT. So as I've told people,
do you know when it's gonna open?
No, there is still no fixed time. They're still trying to do the balancing act between buyers and sellers and all. It appears the IPO is at the IPO price is 34. It looks like it's going to open around 44. Okay.
Okay.
So, obviously you know what to do. You just put Reddit in our Trade Ideas chart, and then put a price alert at 1, and then it'll pop up. Once it starts to trade, it'll pop up.
Okay.
Maybe you didn't
RDDT.
know. Yeah,
I did. I did, but let me do that. Even though it's a blank screen right now.
There's a blank screen, but you can create a price alert. I put it like $1, obviously.
Okay.
It'll open over $1. And then I minimize my price alert window so that when it starts to trade, or any, obviously with any
Yeah,
price
of
alert,
course.
but when it starts to trade, you
right.
will know about it.
All right.
Yeah. So
Do you know what the IPO price is?
34.
I'm sure you do. Yeah.
34, and about 22 million shares. So.
Only 22 million, huh? That's not a lot.
Exactly. Well, look at ALAB yesterday. I mean, ALAB, I did pretty well on it yesterday. Take a look at it now. ALAB.
Ah, nice.
and that
Dang.
was that IPO'd at 38.
Ooh, interesting. Well, I'm just
Now
gonna
I
put in a
did.
market order.
Well, yeah, right. Well, okay, now not 44, it's now 50. I mean, this is the
Oh,
game
wow.
that's being played.
Yeah,
So
I won't put in a market order.
yeah. But anyway, it'll be exciting when it opens. Maybe it'll
Yeah,
pull back a little bit. And but how
yeah,
I
who
played
knows?
this one though, I did not take it immediately. I just put a price alert around 60, which was a high, and that's where I got in it. And I love to say I'm still in it at 72, but I'm not. This is the A Lab.
Okay, right, right, right. No, I don't blame you, especially on those first days.
Yeah, you just never know.
You
But it's
don't.
in the right sector. It's a semi AI, and it supplies NVIDIA. So you know what? What could go wrong? Right.
Oh, wait a minute. Reddit, you can it's an AI
No,
stock?
no,
Is
no,
that
no,
what you
no. I'm
oh,
talking about I'm talking about A Lab yesterday.
A-Lab. Ah, gotcha. Oh gosh,
Yesterday.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I had a lot of things going for it. Reddit, I mean, obviously the thing going forward is the fact that it's the meme. It could turn out to be the memer of the memers,
Right.
because that's where all the meme stocks start in some Reddit forum. So who knows? I'm
Yeah.
sure it's going to be active though.
Oh, you know it will be. It'll be crazy.
So with
Well,
that in mind, I'm going to leave you. Okay.
yeah, you need to take a
Only
break,
for an
man.
hour though. Only
There you
for an
go.
hour.
All
Okay.
right, Barry. Have a good one.
Okay. Thanks. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Hey guys, how are you? For anyone who may be in here for the first time, this is the support webinar session. We will, if you do have any questions, be sure to fire away using the YouTube chat, and we will do our best to answer those. But if not, we can always talk stocks. We can always look for a day trade or two. Uh, I guess I do. I have a window over here. Just basically call it the big boys. I would assume they're all in there. I may be missing one. I don't know, but yeah, I do. I do keep them up for sure. Uh, Not seeing a lot of opportunity in those today. Like a lot of people, I've had a nice run, but giving back a little bit today, just in my China holdings. Many of these I've been holding for a long time, and I scalp in and out of some of them. But better to track top weight in Nasdaq or Mag 7 in your opinion? That's it depends on what you play. If you're playing more obscure stocks, maybe stocks that are, you know, uh, lower down the totem pole, you might want to, you know, track the equal weight Nasdaq. If you are accustomed to trading the big boys and mega caps and things like that, maybe I would focus just maybe not so much on the Mag 7, but you can just doing the cues. Okay, the simple cues. It's weighted. Okay, it's going to have probably about 50% of the weighting of the cues is going to be the Mag 7. So. Uh, I think following the cues probably as good as anything, or the Nasdaq. Hi, Iris. You know what? I'm in PDD. I it's been a hard ride. I mean, luckily uh, I bought some down when it slammed it down to these two moving averages down here. I bought some more. Now, if this thing gets above this, let's call it 126, uh, I think this one is due for a big bounce. I mean, the earnings were just incredible. They got two. I mean, not that I don't let the news affect my trading, but I noticed it today. They got two tier one uh, price evaluations higher, raised their price target on them. So I think this is some shenanigans. You're seeing a lot going on right now. I don't know what it is, but this is why I scalp a lot. Uh, and hold on to a core position in some of my China plays because it's weird. It's like they will trade up. Well, the Hang Seng was up almost 2% overnight, and they open up over here and they get slaughtered. And I don't know. and it's really just the big boys. It's the Baidus, it's the PDDs, it's the Babas. I'm going like, what's going on? Now Baba's actually performing okay today. I'm in Baba, but looks like it may go back to highs. But yeah, I don't know what shenanigans are going on. I don't know if they're just Wall Street's trying to hold down people investing in China or what. Because let's face it, a lot of these ETFs, KWeb, uh, are going to be a huge percentage of your top, your Baidus, your Netis, your PDDs. They have a huge weighting in those things. So I don't know what shenanigans are going on, but at some point, I think they're going to pop good. So I kind of want to be in a little bit of them. But as you can see, I do take profits because I do expect to get to get hit when they open up over here. And yes, I'll probably now I've been jumping in and I had to cut some losses, little small losses in that PDD, but I think if it does get above that 2126 level, it could have a nice bounce. Feels like it just had a destiny to go hit those moving averages. Baidu's getting a little lift there. Hmm. So let's see what else we got. I kind of like this VIPS. If it gets above 18, back above 18, this thing I think could be off to the races. But uh, some TCOM, of course, and some KWeb. But I don't want to bring you guys over to the dark side. There's a lot. There's a lot more tamer stuff to trade than China. I just been doing it my whole life. What moving average on the SPY chart down here? That is the 15-minute. That would be the 10-period moving average. So it's a 10-period moving average. You can see right now it's sneaking up under it. I've been using the 10-period moving average on a 15-minute chart for 26 years. So this is what works best for me. I like to see that lift. I like to see Baba lifting. If this PDD can pop back above that 10-period moving average, what I was just referring to on the 15-minute chart, that's why I have a alert right there. I would probably add to that again. AI really disappointed me today. I thought I scalped out 2/3 of it, but oh man, I really thought that was going to have a nice reversal. See if KWeb is getting a lift. Probably not. All right, let's see what's going on out there. SMHs are strong. AMD, I toyed around about buying AMD when it popped above this 10-period moving average, but just a lot of red candles lately in that thing. It's probably a good buy, but I just can't be bothered. Now, if that PDD does drop back below those moving averages, I may just have to give up on it. That's for sure. Apple's kind of having an ugly day. Boy, that's ugly. All right, shot. Let's see what you got. That was a hard hold on that thing. Some volume coming in there. Not sure what that was. It's my little spec play. I bought it at on this day right here, or 209, I believe, and I had a nice little run, but then I jumped back in it. I jumped back in it yesterday. Not sure what that was. Any news? No. I'll put alert in case it wants to go back up to 260. It's a pretty decent volume bar for a little low shot. About half the volume in that bar. The market spanked my bottom for being a short trader. Any tips for letting go of old ways and start a new style? Uh, well, Devin, I mean, the first uh, positive thing I see is that you're, willing to accept it, and that's good. I mean, there will be a time when shorts work. It just unfortunately this is not a market to trying to be shorting right now. It's brutal, and uh, that's an ugly move shot. Uh, are you a day trader or a swing trader? Probably a day trader. Yeah, there, I don't know what's going on there, but I gotta get out of that thing. Where you at, shot? If it goes to lows, I gotta get out. It's because it's probably gonna go all the way down to 236. Let's see, what's that low? 46. Yep, it's gonna get me out. Yeah. Well, I mean, I will say this: some of the best, probably the best day traders I know are short traders. But you just got to make sure. I don't know what your style is. I don't know if you look for overbought pin stocks, or are you short big caps, or if you nothing wrong with shorting as long as you have a good strategy. I mean, I don't know if you should, change your direction or change your style. It sounds like to me maybe your style because, like I said, it's the best traders I know as far as on the day trading time frame are short sellers, and but they know which stocks to short. They're going after the ones that run up, and they look for the first sign of weakness. And I think I have some. Uh, Take for example, I think I have a. I don't do it anymore, but I had an alert back when I was shorting. Uh, Fade the thrust. Uh, let's see. Hmm, Tired. I think getting tired is one of them. Getting tired alert. Getting tired top list. Okay, so this is a top list that I created. Okay, and these are stocks that, taking a look at the configuration, are price range from 3 to 5, position in previous day's range. They cannot be. Need to be in the lower part of the previous day's range. They need to be changed in 20 days. They had to have to be up at least 20% over the last 20 days. Okay. And I got an average volume of 300,000. Probably I'm going to change that to, let's just do this volume today. Shares, do 200,000. Okay. So this Voyager. Okay. So that you would have been alerted to this, right when it got to get close to yesterday's lows, it would have came in this top list. See, this is something that would have been a great trade. You had a stock that has gone from basically $7 all the way up to 10.50, and now it got tired, took out yesterday's low. There's you a nice short. Let's take a look at this VERY. Now there you have it. Huge move from two. It's doubled, and you would have been alerted. Now I don't know if it's going to work, but you would have been alerted around 10 cents ago, around 272. And this has the potential, probably, to possibly fall all the way down to 306. ERJ. And this one, well, it's an ADR, so it's going to be tough. But there you have it. It broke down below that. So if you have, a logic, so something like this one you would have been alerted yesterday, and you would have been alerted today when it broke those lows. So a strategy like this, you short it through yesterday's low, and if it fails, in other words, pops back up, into that range, you get out, but you make it a nice continuation pattern on something like that. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing about short retest of bearish daily. Now, is it uh, when you say daily bearish candles, is it uh, what does it look like on the daily chart? Is it overextended to the downside? Are you looking for continued momentum? Because it's hard to get momentum right now. I think this is a market where you almost have to be like this HCP this morning. You almost have to be finding something that's moved and tiring out, because shorting lows uh, for a continuation in a very, very strong bull market is tough. So I'll share this with you if you're interested to take a look at it. Maybe give you a different, you know, uh, different style to at least track, and maybe see if something like this could work for you, because this would definitely be changing styles. All right, PDD, get back up there. Yeah, well, I mean, Steve and I did uh, a paper one time on, what makes traders, and over my career, what I've seen, the people that got, blew up out of the market are the ones that could not adapt. Okay, you always have to adapt, to the current environment. Uh, so obviously doing the same thing over and over and losing money is going to run you out of the market. So you have to make some changes some way. Uh, if you like short selling, I would recommend maybe taking a look at that, filter. You can always, I mean, that scan that I sent you, and you can always, because those will be some good setups as far as an extension goes. So they have to be up 20%, and they're starting to get tired by taking out the previous day's low, something like that, just to kind of change things up where you're not trying to shorten the hole. Yep. Market's trying to go to highs. That scan can be for either. I mean, a lot of times you can get, some nice moves in it. So let's just take a look and see. Of course, like I said, this market it's been tough in any direction. But if we go back here and look at a historical date, let's just go back, to let's go a couple of days ago and see what was in there. L turn was beautiful right there. Look at that day trade though. Right there, you would have got notified on that thing. Boom. Look at that thing. Fell all the way down to there. Now, being the bull market that we're in, it's been tough. SMR, what a beautiful trade. Now you'd have been notified of this one on this day right here. That would end up being a good swing trade. Quick, notified right there. Could still be in that one. Bros, didn't work. And didn't work. Of course, that one was a gap down. I wouldn't have done that one because it gapped down on that day. HBI, it'd have been notified on the right there around 5, so you'd be in the money a little bit. Hood probably didn't work. Now, of course, once again, that would have been a gap down. And go to probably didn't work either. Well, that one actually looks pretty good if it breaks down through that 3-day low there. But, you could day trade, you could swing trade these. I mean, since it's extended on the daily up 20%, there could be a lot of, meat on that bone to look for a longer term move, but you got to be careful anytime you're shorting individual names. Make sure you're, not shorting a potential buyout candidate. You're welcome. It's the setups is there for sure if you like shorting. It's just you have to be very disciplined, okay, because they are up 20%, okay, over the last 20 days at least. So uh, if you're wrong, typically what I do is just get out quick. I'd like to know if this TCOM can get back above that level. You're welcome, Torty. XLF sitting at all-time highs. Took out the monthly right here. Now, this is a monthly chart, so it's had an incredible move, for 5 months in a row. This is something that, as a matter of fact, I may look to fade that. Just kind of a little hedge, and if it goes back to highs, maybe I'll get out. Yeah, I got to get my shorting account. Excuse me. Hold on just a minute. Got a little tickle. Okay, sorry about that. I bought a little bit of FAZ just in case. FAZ. Okay, PDD. See if you can get up above that 125 level and push through that 15-period moving average. Look at that monthly went down there. I mean, just look at that thing. Of course, that was probably after all the last 2 days. No, it got lower than that because I remember I bought it back around this level and scalped it out. But Allie doesn't that one have a big short interest? Oh yeah. Careful with that move. I call it a super slide. A lot of times when you see this action, these things will just continuous super slide. Here's a ladder going up, and it'll go do this all day long. Get back on the daily here. All right. BlackBerry, little move. Kazoo, this was the one. This was going the other day too. Isn't that a low floater? Yeah, like 200. Geez, that's a good volume today too. Oh, Bill, I'm glad you enjoy it. Yeah, I noticed that pullback scan has been coming through with some good ones on my end too. Uh, There's been some nice trades, which I'm no longer in, but that Donkey Kong was a beauty yesterday. Just that was just setting up really nice. Uh, this RSI is one to watch because it's taken out this 22 level, tickled it this morning. If it gets through, there's really nothing to stop it from going another buck. Put a alert if it goes to highs, but Boyle getting a little lift. Yeah, little is right. All right, looks like I'm out of shot. Of course, probably just wanted to go tickle me, man. I don't care. That mess. All right, PDD sticking his little head up. Probably get hit over the head with an oar, though. TFX. Old McDonald. TFX. Let's take a look. Yeah, that one's kind of a nasty downtrend. You got the 10 period moving average on the daily right about here. So if it could hold this level, but I don't like the fact it's going to lows and actually kind of going through it. Okay, PDD. You had killer earnings. You wiped everybody out pretty much, except me. Time to get your bounce. Share my considered stop loss points in some trades. Yeah, a lot of mine are a little bit different because I take profits, on the way up, so that gives me a little more freedom. if I'm only having a small amount of shares, uh, like AI, for example. A lot of times I expect it to, to do something like this one. I expected a much more better move out of the gates. I didn't get it. Now I did let it break, moving averages before I started selling, but so now I only have one third of my position left. I can be a little more liberal with this, so I'd probably give it, the low of these two bars right here on my last third. Okay, and really, I was in it from a better price than what's even on here because a lot of times I have to go buy it in my broker account. By the time I get back over here and fire it off, sometimes they move 10, 15 cents. But uh, so something like this, where you're definitely playing a pullback move to a 50 moving average, that one's an easy one for me because now I got two tails down here that should hold. If they don't, I want to be out. So that is my stop in AI. I can't think of a better way than just kind of going through K-Web. I've been scalping a lot in this one, taking profits this one. But I will say this: I would want this one to actually hold. You got a nice level there, and you got your 20 period moving average. So I'd call this below 26. I'd probably be out of my last. I'm not going to let it, go all the way down to the 50 period moving average and something like this. There's some people that will take a position and give it 20% on the downside. They're more investors and looking for, 100% move over time. That's not me. I keep mine's a shorter time frame, so I will keep my uh, stops a little tighter. Uh, I'm trying to think of a good one here. Vips is I'm looking for a break of this 18, and I don't have a whole lot of size right now. Okay, so in this one right here, I'd give it to that, break of the 50, which is about a buck lower, just because it's where it's been holding anywhere, anytime it gets down there, it bounces. So that's kind of my bogey. Now, if I loaded up thinking it was going to go through 18 and it didn't, I'd be like, oh boy, I got to tighten my stop now. I got a lot of size, but a lot of times I'll size accordingly uh, to my share size and looking at the chart. So, I mean, PDD is an easy one for me now because you had that, hopefully a nice little shakeout hammer candle there. So a break below that, and I'm gonna put a price alert just in case something crazy happens, and I'll be out. I mean, you got to draw the line somewhere. Let's take a look at Baba. Baba's kind of an easy one for me too because uh, you got the 50 period moving average down here where it's kind of been holding it. Tickled at one time, but it pounced up and hold. So Baba is going to be out if it does break that 50 again. So I don't try to just use like how much money I'm losing. A lot of people will do that, and I don't think that's a good way to do it. I find a technical reason for why I would get out of a trade, okay, and not just jump in a trade and say if it goes against me 3%, I'm out. But when you do that, you have to size accordingly. No, Devin, I really don't. Let's see. Did I miss one? Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you share my swing trade watcher pullback scan, please? My the problem with this is no, this should work. It's tied to a symbol list, but it is a global symbol list, so you should be able to access that. You should have access to that. So let me just go ahead and save and share this. And you can also find this in our channel, the Trader's Eye channel. And what else did you ask for? Pullback scan, please. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to share with you all my homework. So let me just pull up my Trader's Eye homework here. I got to delete these because I'll get them. I already got several copies of these. So this is what I use now. I created me a doc, okay, and it has all my favorite scans. This is what I do my homework with. Sweetness, poised, pullback setup. There's your pullback setup in it, and nice scan. So this is a very nice little homework. I spend about an hour each morning going through these, picking good stocks to put on the list there. There you go. Sorry, I'm talking on Slack right now. FTDR coming through. Oh, okay, Torty. There you go. Now you have it. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, that's a nice little homework uh, doc right there. You can find a lot of good setups in those things. Getting an error on Wing Trade Watcher, Swing Trade Watcher link. Uh, is anybody else getting an error? Somebody else let me know if they're getting an error on the Swing Trade Watcher. I just want to make sure it's my window. Yes, you too, Peppy, huh? Okay. It's probably an old. Let me try this. Let me try a new window here. Top list. Try collaborating. Let me see. Swing Trade Watcher. That is the global symbol list. That should work for everybody. See if this one does the same thing. And if it does, if this does, I may see if that one works. And if that one doesn't, I may just have to go to the channel and dig up. That's a newer uh, version. Okay, that works. Okay, yeah, this is probably an old window I had. Sometimes these older windows they don't share. Some reason the cloud link may mess things up. I'm glad that worked for you. When that happens, guys, just yeah, do what I just did. That TW right there has got it's a nice little chart, but I just don't trust anything right now.
Hey, Andy.
Barry, what you doing?
Well, I have to do a video now, and it doesn't take me long, but just in case, I may be
No,
just a tad late,
no
okay?
worries, no
Okay?
worries. Take as long as
Okay.
you need. All right, bye bye.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
All right, so it is a good thing that this PDD has been holding this 10 period moving average for about 15 minutes. Now just trigger this alert for me, right a little bit lower. It depends. And once again, I'm always taking some quick profits along the way. Uh this K Web, I think I've been in it since maybe 24.95. Now, the reason my entry price will show higher because what I'll do is I'll scalp some out, it pulls back, I'll buy some more. I do that a lot. I get a nice move, I take some profits, and then it pulls back. I'll buy some more. Same thing with this YNN. This one is a triple bull. I bought this day right here off the 50 period moving average. Since then, I've scalped scalped out some, bought some back. Uh, this day right here, so it's really tough for me because when I say my holding time for maybe 50% of my trade, the holding time may be 3 days, but the other 50%, it's what I call a core position. I may hold that for months, just as long as it stays intact. It's really a good style. It satisfies those demons. You know how you feel like when you're in a winning trade and you're trying to fight off the urge to sell. Well, just sell half, and I tell you, it makes it so much easier. Oh man, you got A&E in perfect circle, man. I got them in the final four, but I don't have them in the final game. They can break your heart, man. Trust me. They broken my heart my whole life. There's that RSI going through that 22 level. Not a whole lot of volume though. I just really don't trust anything. But good luck, perfect. Hope they don't break your heart like they do mine many a times. Uh, but Trader 77, I hope that gives you good ideas. I'm trying to think of a position that, well, this AI is a great example. Okay, so I just peeled off, you know, uh, 2/3 of my position. Okay, this last piece, I may hold until it breaks the 50. And hopefully this gets back above its moving averages. Now, what I would do in a situation like this is, you know, maybe I'd buy some more if it broke, because I know this is a momentum play. So if it does get above, say, the 30-60 level and gets above these moving averages, I could be adding to my position. Uh, Shoot, I may I may add today if it goes back to guys. It's what happens when you've day traded for almost 17 years. About 17 years, I was a day trader. It it makes it hard to just switch. It's one thing if you're investing like in a 401k or something like that, but when it comes to swing trading, it really makes it hard, not to take profits because, man, you've scalped and did it for so long, and you see that green. So that's why I kind of have the style that I do.
All right.
Man, that was quick.
It was quick. They're very quick videos, but I usually do them around 12:15, and I just completely forgot. I was wondering, geez, I've got all this time on my hands. Why? And wait a minute, you've got to do a video. Hey, listen, I was listening to you talking about risk and all that, and how you said, you wouldn't put like I guess like a lot of people put an artificial stop of 2%, 3%, 1%,
Hmm.
whatever that is, which is really not based on anything.
No.
Certainly not based on the chart. But what I wanted to ask you though is you do have a number in mind and how much you're willing to lose on the trade, and that's going to share size you, right?
Exactly, exactly.
Okay.
So I adjust my share size to where the stop is, you know?
Okay, good. I was
Yeah,
hoping
so
you.
if I don't see a moving average or a support level within, 3%, I would adjust my size, to that level. So,
Right, okay.
yeah.
And do you do the same as I do? I typically do not vary how much I risk per trade. Now, again, you're swing trading. I know it's way different, but I
Mhm.
typically do not vary how much I risk per trade to trade. So I'm not going to risk 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. But maybe swing trading, maybe you have a little more, some of them set up a lot better for you. So maybe you
Yes.
increase.
You're
Okay.
exact That's the key right there. If it's a juicy setup and, kind of like, Donkey Kong yesterday. Now, it's you get this kind of setup right here, and then just gap and just explode through this level. If I could feel it coming, I may go in with more size. But
Right.
if and then scalp out quick, and then that I
Mhm.
have some left. Then I have a little bit left over.
Right.
Unfortunately, I I did take that and just took my profits. So I don't know why, but it's still going. But uh,
Well, I heard you though. It's hard, 17
mhm.
years of sort of scalping and day trading and all. Even though you've been doing this swing trading for quite a while, in your DNA, it's still hovering. So
It does. It doesn't get out.
no.
It doesn't
And
leave.
as you say, I mean, look, my wife she's got her company stock that she contributes to every month, and the company puts in a bit, and that just doesn't get touched. That's a
Right.
completely different way of
Sure.
trading, of course. I mean, it's been years and years and years. But and there is some people I know that want to hold on to things for months. They're going to have obviously a wider stop. They probably have a maybe if you're going to invest in something for months, I would hope maybe you'd know something a little bit about the company because that has to give you some reason for holding on other
Yes.
than uh, I mean, maybe you just like the sector it's in. You like the actual fact that maybe it's one of the better companies in the sector it's
Yeah.
in an uptrend, all those sort of things, as opposed to, well, I think I'll swing trade this for 6 months.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. No, I agree. I agree, Barry. If I'm looking to hold something for a long time, it's like that AMD today. This is one that
Hmm.
is pulled back to a nice level, and it's on my list today. And yeah, I could see somebody saying, "Well, you know what? I want to invest in this company. Got a nice pullback to support, bouncing off the
Yeah,
50. I am going to get in this with a maybe a stop, at 150. But
sure.
yeah, for me, I'm even with my longer term holds, I keep my stops a little bit tight. I don't like when they break down. It just when they
Yeah.
technically break down, I'm just like, I'd rather get out and get back in. So I seldom
Well,
will.
and in theory, I mean, if they do technically break down, because you're not looking at fundamentals so much, if it
Yeah,
technically breaks down, you should be out of the trade, right?
yeah,
In
exactly,
theory.
exactly.
So, and it's not a matter, well, AMD is such a great company. I know it technically broke down. I know I said I'd get out at 150, but I'm not going to. And oh my gosh, it's at 100 now.
Well,
You know
no,
what I
no.
mean?
Well,
And
that happens too, Barry. I mean,
of course it does.
I caught. I'm serious. And I think I don't know if you remember. I caught Meta at $89.
I do remember. I do remember.
Now, I did very well in the trade, but this is where somebody with a day trading background gets in trouble.
Yeah.
Uh, it's well, let's zoom out here a little bit. I get nervous when you get those nice profits like right in here, and I think I sold some, but I don't know. Remember, I can't remember exactly when I sold it, but it sure
Yeah.
wasn't way up here.
No, I know $500.
you know,
Well,
it's
well,
like,
Andy, if you remember, Amazon and Meta were about the same in the same boat. They had both
hmm
broken down
yeah,
under 100. And
right,
I remember I said to myself, you know what? If I had to bet what stock was going to recover more, I
yep,
would have bet everything on Amazon,
yep,
everything. Because I looked at Meta, all that sort of negative stuff that I mean, Amazon, I mean, people say, I hate Amazon, but you know what? They keep subscribing and they,
yep,
you know,
sure,
I mean, you might hate Amazon, but I don't know a person says, well, that's it. That's the last time I ever ordered from Amazon, because I guarantee next week you will. But the thing is that I just thought Amazon, okay, this is going to recover. Meta, nah. I mean, it might recover, but it's not going to do what it did.
right,
I guess wrong. I mean,
yeah, yeah.
I just
Oh, there was
completely
a
and
lot of
utterly
them.
guess
I
wrong.
mean, I can tell you, I had CrowdStrike back at below
Oh,
100.
yeah.
Back over here, and it's just it's so frustrating. Now,
Hmm.
I think I did well, but it's like, geez.
Yeah.
So remember that, people, when you when you find these solid companies that just look like, you know, the problem is, where do you get it?
Well, yeah.
Some people may have bought it over here and they got stopped out here. It's like you never
Exactly.
know where that bottom's going to be. And when you get a move like this where it breaks down below the 50, it's really hard not to take
Yeah.
those profits. It's tough.
Well, and well, Meta, Facebook, I guess in those days, but I mean, he's in front of Congress the same day after day. They're
Yeah.
grilling him. People are laughing at Facebook. Only old people use Facebook. I mean, and on and on and on. All this sort of negative energy almost being built up within Facebook, Meta. And but look, I mean,
I know.
it's the same thing. I'm anticipating that Reddit has not opened yet, and I know everybody's thinking it's going to go crazy. Who knows? Maybe it doesn't. You
Yeah,
just absolutely do not know.
sure.
You know, it's supposed to open
Yep.
around 50 or 55 now, and maybe it does, and maybe that's its high. Maybe it just stops there and drops.
Well,
You
remember
just
what
don't know.
happened remember what happened to, Twitter when it opened up? Of course, it never
Yeah,
really did anything, but it got
exactly.
killed at the open, man.
Yeah.
Oh, market's taking a little
A little deep dive, little one,
well
yeah.
well, little red tick there, not far from
Yeah.
lows, but we'll see. And we
Okay,
are
my friend.
overextended. All right, Barry.
We're
Well,
102 now,
yeah,
so
be careful with
thank you
Reddit.
again.
Yeah.
Why don't you just switch with Steve permanently? I think he has,
Yeah.
doesn't he have stuff going on Thursdays
Yes,
all
he
the
does.
time?
I told him I'm fine with that, but occasionally he has something to do on Friday at 11
Oh, I
o'clock,
see.
which during that time, some sort of meeting that he has to do every now and then. But I will switch with him anytime he wants because I'm okay with it.
Okay. Okay, Andy. Well, have a
All
great
right, Barry.
weekend. I know it's I'm used to you on Friday, so have a great weekend.
March Madness, Barry. March Madness,
March
buddy.
Madness.
All right, man.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I just got to grab the screen again. Okay, screen is grabbed. And then people now in both rooms can hear me and just talking to Andy. And yeah, I mean, still hasn't opened. Reddit still hasn't opened. Big tease today. Hi, William. Hope everything went okay. Give me a moment, guys. Just got to grab my music. Here we are. All right, guys. So you know what's weakening, guys, is now that gave a little bit of a. I thought actually this was going to really keep going, the SBIR. And that move there, I really thought this could really keep going. It didn't, but anyway, is now moving down again. Getting again, it looks like it could be sort of a support area for SBIR. I didn't think there were any auctions today, Ori. Or is that that's not a I don't know what tips is, so that's not a bond auction. Yeah, so it's 104 now. I'm just looking at what I posted in here. I don't see anything at one that came in that list anyway that I pasted in here. Tips, okay. So we may want to keep an eye on AMTX, okay? AMTX. The reason being is that maybe this sets up later on. It's not a low float, but it is up 31%. Had some news on approval of $200 million EB-5 program. Obviously, it's not. It's renewable fuels and biochemical. I thought it was strictly a bio, but it is not. Okay. But you can kind of see again, if it can take out that 200-day moving average later and get through maybe the highs of the day. I mean, nobody's saying it's going to get up to 6, but all right. So we're about the same draw. We have 35 million, so we're in the ballpark in terms of the float for AMTX. I mean, the relative volume is still, high, 84. So what I didn't do in the morning, I kind of forgot about it. And let me raise this up. Oh, I know what I wanted to show you guys. So with with this relative strength leaders from the close. Okay, so these are stocks that are up the most from the close with some other filters in place. Okay, that's why we're saying 135%, 47%, etc. But watch, load from the cloud. I'm going to load this one, free floating. I'm going to duplicate it because I want to show you what you can start doing if you want. You don't have to. I'm going to duplicate this window. Now, you can sort. I am sorting. If I right click, so you can actually sort. If I wanted to, I could sort on the change in the 5 minute. Okay. Watch what happens when I do that. Nothing. Just okay. Give me a moment. Oh, there we go. Sorry. I had to go up into the sort. I had to go up in here. Okay. So watch what happens, guys. I'm not saying you have to do something like this, but this is now obviously you're going to have different. This is a different, completely different look. Now it's hard to believe that this one did this go up 30% in 5 minutes. It's the biggest change in 5 minutes. Let's take a look at. Well, let's take a look at Go EV. Problem is, if I click on it here, it's going to disappear behind my screen. So let me just see what happened with Go EV. Yeah, so there's a 15-minute chart. You can see the move, guys. So if you want to have, you want to have a different look, of course you can do that now. You can sort on different. You can sort on different columns that you've got. So again, this is going to be very, very different now because this is showing the biggest change in 5 minutes. You don't have to do this, but just wanted to show you the opportunities that you have to have this top list because this, remember, all it is a top list. Okay, and click on Show Tree Map. So this is in your face, telling you which ones have moved the most in 5 minutes. I mean, it's a little bit like the gainers, but I like the presentation of this better. When I like the race, I like the presentation of this better because it really hammers home what is what is the top one in 5 minutes. So you can do that if you want, or any other, change in 30 minutes, change in option change. You can just, if it's a filter, you can sort on it. Yeah, you don't have to have too many, Poe. Jack Daniels. Well, just based on your name, I'm going to answer you really quickly. So let me load it from the cloud again. Okay, so watch what I do. I want to duplicate it because I don't want to change this. So yeah, I just want to make sure I don't change it. That's all. So I'm going to just duplicate it. Okay. I'll work on the duplication. So if I right click on here and if I click on configure and I click on sort, see, here's all different columns that I got. Now I could add columns in here. Okay. But if I see the column that I want and I just pick on it, I just pick it, change 5 minute percent. Okay. Sorted on the change in the 5 minute percent. I could sort on the relative volume as long as I have the column here. And if you have something, if you want to like the biggest percentage move in 5 minutes in terms of volume, but all you have to do is make sure these are just filters. You just have to add if I click on more, okay, and I could just say columns and I could just add them over. Here are all of the filters that we've got. Well, not all of them, but if I click on more here, I don't want to confuse you too much, but here are all the filters that we've got. And you would have to click on it and then show column or sort by, actually, just sort by. Just sort by. Okay. So whatever you want to sort on, you can do it. And so as I said, the biggest move in 5 minutes, I can just sort. And now because I added them all, okay, that's why it's a little more tedious. Because now this is showing. Well, actually, it's not. I click on more, and that'll show all the filters. But there it is. Change in 5 minutes. Just click on it. It's over here too. Sort. Hopefully, I hope I didn't confuse you. And then you just say okay, and you see now it's sorted on the change in the 5 minutes. Hopefully, I didn't confuse you. I'm sorry. Yeah, in order to have the tree map, you must use the beta. There's nothing wrong with the beta. Okay, nothing wrong with the beta. Well, it's too bad because it's 1/3. Now, yesterday, I think it wasn't until about, back this up, back up the 15-minute chart a little bit. Problem with this. I think it actually didn't start to trade till 12:30. I may be wrong. I'm just trying to back this out just a little bit more and see. I think that's the opening candle right there at 12:30, and that was A-Lab yesterday. So we're at 45 minutes away from that. Well, and there we go, guys. Open. There it is. Finally, it just opened. Reddit just opened. So it got up to what, 51 or so? Just opened, guys. Reddit just opened. RDT just opened. So this is what I'm doing. Sticking an alert at the high and see if it takes it out. How much is traded? 4 million already. Boom. Look at that. 4 million have traded already. Remember, the IPO was at 34. So this is, obviously there is enthusiasm. Are there options you mean for red? I doubt it. I don't know. Somebody would have to tell me. Is it normal for a stock that IPOs the day of to have options? I don't think it's normal, but no options, thanks. So Jack Daniels is saying no, because that would be a way to short it, right? With puts and stuff. So up there. Sorry, guys. I'm talking to myself. I know. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Wow. Just okay, guys. So listen, this is no recommendation. You're on your own to do what you're going to do with this one. But whew, okay, now there's the high of the day. Another high of the day. Okay, guys. So now there's the high of the day. Ideally for me, uh, not going to do it. All right. Oh yeah. I mean, you have to think the Reddit community is all over this one. I mean, this has been in anticipation for months now. Doesn't mean it's going to go to like 1,000 or anything like that, but you know, and wow, it took out the high again. I mean, the spread has even been pretty good. For a stock that is moving that much, the spread has actually been pretty good. You know what? Do something silly. Looked like about 22 million. 22 million were issued. Oh, yeah, not excessive. Can you search a newsfeed? No. From our YouTube room, can you search on a newsfeed? I mean, we have the newsfeed here, but you cannot search on it if but every time you click on a symbol, you can see the news if you want. Well, definitely a late day excitement here, guys, on this Reddit. Just put another new alert, new high of the day. and see if it takes it out later. The VWAP, $51. Well, guys, not much more to talk about. I just want to really keep an eye on this one. What I did was I'd have to check my price alerts and all. I'm out most. Okay, I only have a little bit left just in case it does something really crazy. But I'm actually looking to get back into it in a bigger way if it takes out the high of the day later on. Believe it or not. All right. Well, I will just keep an eye on it. I've got my high of the day set, the price alert high of the day in case it takes it out later on. All right, give me a moment, guys. Okay. What's that high? Is that 57? So it's about a dollar, a little less than $2 away from that high of the day. And understand, I'm not telling anybody to take this when it hits the high of the day, okay? I'm just telling you what I'm looking. I want to see it. I want to see if it gets up to that high of the day. Ideally, now for me, it wouldn't do it for a while. It might just kind of rest a little bit. I'm not looking for a big pullback or anything. I just want to have a little rest and then boom, popping right through that high of the day. Well, I sort of am. I mean, I did it yesterday on the A lab, but I do this a lot with IPOs. I wait. I don't get in right at the beginning. This one was what I'd rather have done is wait 2 hours. Okay, but the problem is it just opened. So had it open at 10:30, 11 o'clock. Wait a couple of hours. Stick a price alert at the high of the day, and then see if it takes it out later on. Couldn't do that this time. Guys, really at the expense of everything else, I'm just watching this, okay? I mean, there are other things happening, I know that, but it's hard for me to, not really look at Reddit. So, shrink, probably there's no options available, okay? So it's not a matter of selling covered puts. There's just no options available. You can't, I don't know. You can't create an option out of thin air. Okay. Maybe I'm not understanding your question straight. You can't create an, if it's not optional, you can't create it out of thin air. It's like you asked it yesterday or a couple days ago, how do I create a short? If the broker doesn't have shorts, you can't do anything. It's not a matter you're creating them. No, typically the first day of an IPO, and William is suggesting that it takes 2 weeks before a stock becomes optionable after an IPO. Yeah, no problem, no problem. It's in terms of the, options and shorts and all that, they don't exist, they don't exist. So how many shares right now? 15.9, so 22 million. So this is trading. Okay, now this is kind of doing what I was, liking it to do, just kind of maybe relaxing a little bit. Okay, on to something else. Let's see if it takes out the high later on. Um, So here's the LASC guys. So you can see where it got up to 194. If it can take that out, take two out, it does have some room to 241 when you look left. That is the, if you, Mike C, I don't think you're asking me, right? An opinion about a Morningstar candlestick pattern on a 5-minute chart. I'm sure you're not asking me. But let's take a look at NVIDIA. Okay, thanks. At least we're going to probably agree on one thing, though. Well, not agree, but I mean, suggest one thing. A stock on its IPO day is not optionable. But as you say, there's not a hard and fast rule after the day. I mean, I suppose in theory, but I've never seen a stock being optionable the first day. But I may be wrong. Maybe somebody's going to put their hand up and go, "Wait a minute, this one was." But I am looking at option volume 0. All right. EMN. Wow. EMN got halted on news. EMN got halted on news. News pending for EMN. Yeah, you're right, Div. ALAB is flying also. So it's over double now. The IPO price, it was priced at, I think, 30, 36 or 38. ALAB is at almost 80 now. Now, we are not trying to compare, companies. I mean, ALAB, I'm not sure if they're profitable or anything, but I mean, it's, very, very, very different. But the bottom line is there's an enthusiasm right now, at least for these two, for IPOs, at least for these two. But this hit the trifecta, really. I mean, it's a semi, AI, and dealing with NVIDIA. So, I mean, had a bunch of stuff going for it. 36, thank you. Okay, so yeah, so it's double the IPO price, over double the IPO price from yesterday. I might say only 27%, but remember the IPO was priced at 36 and it's at 79 now. But it's still up $17 from where it closed yesterday. And I don't think, let's take a look. Yeah, and it's not optionable, still zero option volume, so it is not optionable yet. Okay, guys. Again, I'm just kind of waiting on the Reddit to see if it surges again. Boy, look how ugly this one was. I mean, MRNO got up to what, 33, $39 and right back down to 13. This is was a SPAC that turned into MRNO today. So that is ugly. Yeah, Andy was talking about that in the YouTube room between 12 and 1 about PDD. And you just never know. I mean, the initial reaction was great. I mean, that was its earnings reaction at the beginning of yesterday was great. And then it sold off all day, and now it's selling off again today. Aha. So what are you suggesting there, William? I know you're still, are you still in the GCT? Now, it did close above, it did close positively yesterday, but the problem is just sold off. Got as high as 147 and sold off down to 131. Amazing. Well, let's take a look at KWEB. I don't recall KWEB just tanking yesterday. I mean, it's down, 1% today, but maybe, no, well, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there's not a big giant red bar there. It certainly closed high. There's a red bar today that might have more of a reaction today, but or might be because of that today. But I didn't really see it yesterday, the cause for that big sell off. Okay, shifting gears a little bit here, guys. Instead of the high of the day for Reddit, I'm going to put a high of the current 15-minute candle and see if it takes that out. It may not. I mean, this may be it. I mean, it may just sell off completely. I'm just not taking the trade just because I think it might do something. So Zila, guys. Now this. Shoot, I've missed this one. ARBE. Saw this one. I had a price alert right here on it, just at around 225, and missed it. And this is another one that has something to do with Nvidia. They're thrilled to have something to do with Nvidia. Now I'd be looking at this, guys. The ARBE. I mean, to me, there looks like a lot of resistance right around the 270 mark. Okay, it's not that far away, so this may block it and may give us a bit of a short off. There are shorts available for me anyway. Interactive Broker, 786,000. So, William, what about today in terms of keeping the room open? 410 or so, okay. How did MU do? I know you were hanging around a little after to see what happened with Micron. MU, how did it even do? The answer is, really well. Wow. Really, man, is that ugly looking. I mean, look how ugly this is on a 15-minute chart. If you got on the right side of the trade, yeah, but look how ugly this is now. I mean, the trend is up, but you have to deal with lots of topping tails and bottoming tails. Oh, okay, so some pretty big ones. FedEx, Nike, and Lululemon. Now, would be incredibly bearish, I think, guys. If Reddit does not, I have an alert set at 46 or so, 47. That is kind of where it opened. So that would be pretty bearish if it goes down below its open and stays there. You are welcome, Jason. I just hope you got on the right side of it. Oh, in terms of the Reddit. What are you talking about? Reddit? It's too new. I guess it's just too new for us to have it in here. I don't know. We know what it is. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, so it is 1:46 now. I think I'll go over my homepage while there's some time. I'm waiting on a couple of things on the Reddit in case it takes out 50 again. I want to know about it. But go over my homepage right now. Before I do that, though, to put these promo codes in. We are allowed to stock. Do you mean short IPO stocks like Reddit? There's just no shorts available yet. Well, at least no. If you have Centerpoint, it's possible. I don't know. I don't know if Centerpoint or some of the ones that really specialize in having shorts. I don't know if they have shorts available the day of the IPO. I really don't know. Anybody with Centerpoint? I think Mr. Two, you have Centerpoint, don't you? I don't know if Mr. Two is in the room, but I think he's got Cobra has Centerpoint. So Cobra has shares. So Jason in our YouTube room, he has Cobra. So Centerpoint and Cobra, a couple of brokerages that kind of specialize in having shorts available. My guess is that Centerpoint would have them also. All right, guys. So just a little talk about the price increase that we're having April 1st. So, but please listen carefully. If you currently have a subscription, you don't have to worry about a price increase. Okay. Well, I mean, if you have a standard subscription right now, you're month to month, you're at 118. Okay. And if you have our premium service, what is it, 228 or something? 228, yeah, 228. So you don't have to worry about a price increase if you're a current subscriber, as long as you maintain your subscription. If you decide to want to disconnect and then come back, we have a price increase. It starts on April the 1st. Not a huge one on a monthly basis. Standard is 118 right now. It'll go to 127. And our premium service is 228 right now on a monthly basis. It'll go to 254. But again, please listen carefully. If you have a subscription right now, there will be no price increase for you. You're grandfathered in. Okay, as long as you maintain your subscription. Same thing with the annual. The annual right now for standard is $9.99. For premium is $19.99. If you want to maintain those two subscriptions, that's what you'd pay. Okay, as opposed to standard will go up to 1068 and premium will go to 2136. So again, if you have a subscription now, you don't have to worry about a price increase. If you don't have a subscription now, and you want to take advantage of locking in those prices, those prices that I just talked about, then you can do so. These are a couple of promos you can use to get you started. So the monthly. So again, obviously don't use Barry 15. If you want to take out a monthly subscription right now, you can use Barry 26. That'll get you 26% off the first month only. If you did want to take out an annual right now, you can use Barry 28, and that'll get you 28% off the annual. Okay? And next week, there will be 2 new promo codes, slightly less. So this is sort of, we'll call it the early bird. Next week, there'll be 2 more promo codes, slightly less than the current ones of 26 and 28% off. Okay? If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started, 10 short videos. If you're new to Trading 101, this will really help you, I think. 38 short, well, no, I don't know how short they are, but 38 videos. It's all free. Talk of the Day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. It's free, of course. Trade of the Week is also free. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam email, check your promotion code. Big education section is here. And before I go to my scans, again, all I ask, if you take out a subscription, use my promo code. The room gets credit. Room getting credit, meaning the more people who use my code, company knows that people are, in the room following me, maybe taking out a subscription in the future because of, what we're doing in the room. And that just helps to keep the room free. And last, if you're looking for my scans, so if you have a subscription right now and you're looking for my scans, here they are, the center section. Okay, I know I don't have all these scans up and running, of course, but I do have a lot of scans here that I've, created over the years, and I'm sharing some of them right here. Okay, you can ask me questions about them if you want. And again, this is a support room also, not just a trading room. So if you have questions about the program, maybe some market type questions, I'll attempt to answer. If I don't have the answer, maybe somebody else in the room does. Otherwise, I'll direct you to maybe one of our other traders. Yeah, sound is finally taking a bit of a kicking here, guys. I'm just noticing I have this one thumbnailed, SOUN. Yeah, taking a bit of a kicking now. Pretty big area for it to try to have held, which it didn't, the 7 level. That is the low right there, 701. The next low looking left is 588. Probably because he said like it was a good earnings release. The market didn't react that way, but it was a good earnings release. There, the P&L. Okay, I'm talking. You were asking about where William's faith in PDD is coming from. Doesn't mean he's going to be right, of course, and he would say that. But yeah, I mean, the earnings came out and everything looked pretty good. Market just didn't. I mean, initially the market was really all over it, but sold off and selling off right now. Might have a little bit about to do with China in general, but I didn't see KWeb was really super weak. No, well, I have some thumbnail charts, okay, on my other monitor. That's all. Just some charts that I'll put in. I'll thumbnail for a reason. I mean, I change them up all the time. So that's why I said I had SOUN thumbnail. All right, EMN, after the news break or news release, obviously not good. Whatever they said. Eastman plans to invest in 2 additional molecular recycling plants, one in France and another US site. The market is not rewarding them right now for that. Standalone charts in a dock window, yeah. I mean, they don't have to be in a dock. I just put them in a dock window, but yeah, that's all they are. Thumbnail charts. I think the universal term could be thumbnail charts, just because they're little, little thumbnail. Yeah. So the EMN now, did it get halted on the way down? You're talking about EMN? Which one are you talking about, trade swings? Oh, you're talking about PDD. Yes, you are talking about PDD. Yes. I mean, here's the flag, country flag of Ireland. But the company was founded by a couple of Chinese gentlemen. So now a lot of companies were headquartered in Dublin for tax breaks. If you remember, there were a lot of companies in the United States that relocated their head office, to Dublin. And then that loophole, I think, was closed because you can see right here that this was not probably it. This was not a U.S. company, but I can see 2015, and that's a time frame that I remember a lot of U.S. companies, basically relocated their headquarters to Dublin for the tax break. There you go. Apple moved, not their head office, but I thought that loophole was closed. I thought it was closed. I didn't even want to call it a loophole, but I thought that was closed by your government. Meanwhile, yeah, look at the SPY guys. Bit of a, I mean, still positive. Dow is still very positive. Nas is starting to give it up. A lot of Nasdaq stocks are going to make up the SPY. So, and probably a lot to do with Apple. The Netherlands, really, I never would have thought of that. Now, Bitcoin is again starting to fade somewhat. IBIT. I'm looking at IBIT. It was down, up, down, up, down, up, down. All right, guys, what's happening now? Well, it's 2 o'clock, so I've got another hour or so. I have it down $81. That's what I have, William. There's a Bitcoin at around 65.6 thousand. Shady, I don't often see you doing stocks under a dollar, but I think you did another one earlier. Didn't you do Curie, maybe? CURI? But I don't often see you doing stocks under a dollar. So here's another one, Cry. Oh, it is. Oh, it's Curie. Okay. Well, you're right. I actually, when I when I read that, I thought it was 84 cents, not $84 and 52 cents. Okay. What for what? Reddit? Tony? What stock are you talking about? I mean, it's just math. What stock are you talking about so far from the DBI? Oh, okay. Well, it's just math. I mean, it's volume weighted average price, so it's just a mathematical formula. 978. I guess. Well, look at all the volume here. Look at all that volume at the beginning. Okay, and the volume is tailed off. So I mean, it's just simple math. Can we look at ERF? ERF. I've seen that one today. ERF. Okay, so right now, so here's what I see. I see relative volume is 0.41, so I mean it's not trading anything abnormally. They don't all have to be trading abnormally, but it's So it's a year high, basically a year high. I guess that would be it, the year high over here. $19. Anything interesting happening with it? I don't know if anything's interesting is happening with it. I mean, a nice uptrend on the daily. Can't really add much more. I typically will never see a stock like this because the relative volume is too low. Not, it's all most of my scans at least three, so that's why I'm not seeing it. Doesn't mean it's bad, but it's been in a decent uptrend for the last few days. Had earnings when on the 21st, I guess right there. So there was the reaction to earnings right there that day, and it's been somewhat steadily moving from there. That day it did hit 1902, so that day it hit 1902, so very extended on the weekly. Okay, guys. Well, I don't have really much more going on right now. I'm probably done, unless Reddit does something really crazy later on. You're welcome, Brooke. I'm not going anywhere yet. I know you're going though. I think 50 will be a something that I think Reddit wants to hold, psychological 50. Actually, who was behind Reddit? All right. Well, we got the big guys, definitely. We've got Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Citigroup, Deutsche Bank. I don't know MUFG. And look at the co-managers. Look at them all. So there are a lot of big guys in this. Yeah, I do see it's one of the ones I do have thumbnailed, Todd. The AMTX did top. Um, Still waiting on would have to take out about 520. Well, there, look at that. I mean, it's still the 200-day moving average is still there. 502. Still got to take that out. Ah, you're right. Now, this is unusual. Mohammed pointed out that the AI alerted AMTX. This is unusual to have an alert this late in the day. But you're right, it alerted AMTX. Interesting. Well, let's keep an eye on it. It's got to take out the 200-day though. I mean, there it is, 502. The high of the day is 523. I mean, if it can take out the 200-day and that high, then the next high is way up, not way up here, but on a percentage basis, 557 would be nice. But nobody's saying it's going to get there, but I think it's going to, it's obviously struggling to get through that 200-day. Now, it did earlier in the day for sure, and it tried on that 15-minute. I mean, on the current 15-minute candle, it did pop above it briefly. Yeah, I mean, it turned out nicely, Mohammed. Great AI short for Spire. You only had to deal with this little area here. I was actually, you know, I like this long right there. I actually thought it might really start to take off, but it was only for one candle. And now this could just, float down for the rest of the day. The next low is 1123 or so. Yeah, 1123 for SPIR on the daily, 1121. All right, guys, I'll be right back in about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, I'm going to mute myself for a bit here. If you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic. Question is from our YouTube room, is SCTL a SPAC? Doesn't appear to be. Okay, doesn't appear to be. Well, what it'll say is blank check company or something to that effect, okay? Acquisition, blank check, or acquisition company, okay? That's what it would say, in the profile, if it were a SPAC. I mean, sometimes it may even actually come out and say SPAC, but usually it'll say blank check company, okay? So this is not one of those, okay? Talking to Devin in our YouTube room. If I knew a SPAC, if I could think of a SPAC off the top of my head, maybe Casa or Draw, then I would type it in here. Oh, I know. Didn't this wasn't there this one? Unfortunately, it's too new. Yeah, so there you can see black. A lot of times it'll say in the symbol name, Blackhawk Acquisition Core. Okay, this is just launched today. It'll actually say right in the name. And there we go. Yeah, so DWAC, of course, is one. It's pretty in the news, we'll say. So there it is a blank check company which was formed for the purpose of acquiring, engaging, etc. So that it'll say something like that in the profile, but usually you'll see it right in the name of the company. Okay. Well, I'm looking at Galt, Colorado, and the VWAP is at 233, so it's not that far away. So I mean, in fact, it looks, yeah, right around here. That's the VWAP. So if it were going to, if you're going to short this now, you might have to contend with the VWAP. That may be support. So the question is, are there any other transportation ETFs? I just did a Google search. I have no. Let's take a look. I mean, I've got XTN and FTXR. So let's take a look at how much volume they trade. FTXR. So that doesn't trade very much volume. And then I'm looking at XTN. No volume. And then, of course, the one you were talking about, IYT, I think is the one that most people know. IYT, and not a ton of volume either, but can't, I don't know, like do a Google search. That's all I did. Okay. So right here, so we already know IYT, XTN. There's, I mean, I have no idea the volume. T4, Moto. My guess is that a lot of them don't have a lot of, like IYT probably is the one with the most volume. Okay. But just do a Google search. I mean, I can give you this and you can take a look, but that's all I did. Well, guys, Reddit is just fizzling now. This looks like it's going to close below the open. Well, it looks like IYT is the one that has the most volume, so that's probably what they use, Devin. Looks like it anyway. So it opened at 47, okay? It opened at 47. Reddit opened at 47, so it's below the open now. Yeah, it looks like something happened with IYT in terms of a split, a readjustment. Yeah, Bitcoin. I'm looking at IBIT here. I mean, IBIT now actually is a red bar ignored. I'm sorry, a green bar ignored. Look at the 15-minute chart when it loads. It's slowing down, guys, because of this HTML. Even the one chart over the course of the day, it seems to slow down. But green bar ignored. Yeah, green bar ignored. We have a downtrend, a pause in that downtrend. Downtrend continues. Yeah, not unless you've got Cobra or Centerpoint. Yeah, I saw that T4 also, like low volume. I have to assume IYT is the big one for transportation. Yeah, well, I feel fortunate that I was able to carve out a little bit on the Reddit early. Have to see how it trades tomorrow. I'm going to try something here. Okay, guys, listen, if there are no more questions, I think I'll just take off now. I'll stick around if there's some questions, but other than that, I think I'll just take off now. A few things I have to do or can do, should say. Yeah, look at the volume coming in though. You said small volume pop, no news. So obviously the volume is picked up now with GRFS. I want our investors to be users, our users. Whoops, this is Reddit. Sorry. I thought I was on the GRFS. I don't see anything, just, except it's positive seasonality over the next 2 weeks. To the Gotham report. Yeah, I don't see the Gotham. Obviously, some kind of a short selling report. Obviously, yeah, Gotham. I haven't seen them for a while. A lot of volume came in, over 1 million shares. Well, guys, I mean, I'll be gone, but you may want to keep an eye on the AMTX. But it's struggling to get through that 200-day moving average. It's struggling to get through 5, which is basically the 200-day moving average. Big 2 days for it, though. Interesting. A big day yesterday, not that much volume. Huge volume day today. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do now for the people in YouTube, you can head over to the main room if you want. This is the link to get into the main room. William will keep it open till a little after, around 4, maybe a little after 4. There's some earning space I guess he wants to keep track of, Lululemon being one of them, FedEx is another, and there was one other. Nike, thank you. Yeah, so Nike, FedEx, and Lululemon after hours today. Well, just for fun, let's take a look at what is happening with those stocks and seeing what sort of bets are being placed ahead of time. So Nike's been in, basically a downtrend, 123 down to 100. Lululemon, oh, guys, my charts are slow right now. I could have done a reboot, but okay. Well, Lululemon's not terrible. I mean, it's been fading a little bit, but not terrible. I mean, it's at the upper end of its. I mean, this is a lifetime high up here, around 516. That is a lifetime high. And then what was the other one? FedEx. So again, I think this was earnings last time, 12/18. Yeah, this was earnings last time for FedEx. This was its earnings week 3 months ago. And now, since then, it's been trying. So what'll happen today after hours? Okay, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to stop my screen sharing now. And now I'm muting myself in the main room.